It was a normal Saturday morning in Bethesda, Maryland when the manager of a Lululemon store showed up to open for the day. However, the moment she walked inside, she knew something was wrong. The store was a mess, clothes were everywhere, mannequins were knocked over, and the floor had blood on it. At first, it seemed like a terrible robbery gone wrong, but as police started asking questions, the story began to change, and what really happened that night was far worse than anyone imagined. Jana Troxell Murray entered the world on November 22, 1980, in Wichita, Kansas. She was the daughter of David and Phyllis Rosaleen Murray. From a young age, Jana stood out for her adventurous spirit. She had a deep love for animals and dancing. The giving back was part of who she was. She spent much of her life volunteering, and her friends and family often described her as someone whose smile could light up any room. Jana also had a passion for travel. Her goal was to set foot on every continent, and she managed to visit all of them. Her hard work earned her a scholarship that took her to Madrid, where she spent 2 years studying at St. Louis University. She later completed her Bachelor of Science degree at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. But Jana didn't stop there. She pushed forward and eventually earned dual master's degrees in communication and business administration from Johns Hopkins University. For her master's thesis, she focused on Lululemon Athletica, a premium yoga and fitness apparel brand. Naturally, she pursued a position with the company after graduating, and her drive and business instincts quickly landed her a role. By 2011, Jana was a team leader at the Lululemon store in Bethesda, Maryland. She was also close to finishing her second master's degree. Outside of work and school, Jana was in a happy relationship with her longtime boyfriend, Fraser Bozell. What she didn't know was that Fraser had begun researching engagement rings. He was preparing to propose. Life was falling into place beautifully for Jana. Her career was thriving, her education was nearly complete, and her relationship was stronger than ever. A bright future was just around the corner, but everything changed on March 11, 2011. Jana's promising journey was suddenly cut short by a tragic and unimaginable event. The next morning, on March 12, Rachel Ertley, the manager of the Lululemon store, arrived at the Bethesda location shortly before 8 a.m. to open up. Bethesda was generally considered a quiet, safe area, but when Rachel reached the entrance, she noticed the door wasn't locked. That was her first sign that something was off. As she stepped inside, it was immediately clear that something terrible had happened. The store was in disarray, mannequins were knocked over, clothes were scattered. Still trying to make sense of the chaos, Rachel suddenly heard faint moaning. Someone was still inside and in pain. Overwhelmed with panic and fear, she ran out of the store and straight to the neighboring Apple store. She explained that something was terribly wrong inside. A man offered to go in with her and check it out. Inside, he walked toward the back of the store, moving past the chaos. The space looked like a disaster zone. As he neared the office area, he stumbled upon something unimaginable. A woman with long blonde hair was lying face down in a pool of blood. Before he could fully process the horror, a soft moan caught his attention. It was coming from the bathroom. Inside, he found another woman, her hands and ankles bound with zip ties, her body bloody but still alive. It was clear she was injured and in pain, but she was breathing. The man rushed back to the front of the store and told Rachel to call 911 immediately. First responders arrived quickly and were faced with a gruesome scene. They began the task of identifying the two women. Tragically, the deceased was 30-year-old Jana Troxell Murray. The survivor, badly hurt but alive, was identified as Brittany Norwood, a 28-year-old employee who had transferred from a Lululemon store in Georgetown just 6 weeks earlier. Brittany's injuries were extensive. Cuts and bruises covered her legs, arms, chest, face, and torso. Zip ties still restrained her, and both women's pants had been slashed, raising disturbing concerns that the attackers may have abused them. Brittany was rushed to the local hospital, visibly shaken and in need of immediate care. Back at the store, investigators began examining Jana's body. The violence inflicted on her defied belief. Medical examiners would later find 331 wounds on her body, over half of which were concentrated on her chest and face. She had been attacked with at least 6 different tools found scattered throughout the store, most of them likely taken from a store toolbox. Items included a hammer, a box cutter, a wrench, and a knife. Around her neck was a ligature, though it wasn't tight enough to suggest strangulation. Still, it was an odd and unsettling detail. Jana's body was transported for an autopsy while her devastated parents and boyfriend were notified of her death. The autopsy revealed heartbreaking truths. Jana had fought with everything she had. Her body bore over 100 defensive wounds. Ultimately, the fatal blow struck the back of her neck. There was evidence that she had tried to escape. The blood trail led toward the store's emergency exit, and there was even blood on the door handle, along with a key still in the lock. Jana's key. The attack had lasted for roughly 20 minutes. Detectives urgently needed answers, but they were met with challenges. The Lululemon store had no external security cameras, which meant they had no footage showing who might have entered or exited the store that night. Investigators turned to the Apple Store's security footage across the street and discovered video from the night before that showed 2 men dressed in dark clothing walking near the store around the time the attack occurred. However, the footage was taken from too far away to make any definitive identification. With no other leads, detectives turned to the only person who might know the truth, Brittany Norwood. Though Brittany was still clearly traumatized, flinching and recoiling from any physical touch, she eventually shared her account of what had happened. According to Brittany, on the evening of March 11, 2011, she and Jana were on the closing shift. Jana had driven to work, while Brittany took public transit. After locking up the store, they went their separate ways, but shortly after arriving at the metro station, Brittany realized she had left her metro card inside the store. She called another coworker to get Jana's number and then phoned her directly. Despite having nearly reached home, Jana turned back to help Brittany. It was just like her to go out of her way for someone else. At around 10:05 p.m., Jana unlocked the store door, with Brittany right behind her. But the moment the door opened, 2 masked men in dark clothing pushed their way inside. One was tall, and the other shorter. Both appeared to be white and in their 20s. She said the shorter man attacked her while the taller one took hold of Jana. They forced the women to the back of the store, threatened them, and told Brittany they knew where she lived. She had utility bills in her purse with her address along with her ID. Terrified, Brittany believed the men were robbers, hoped they would just take what they wanted and leave. But instead, she claimed the situation spiraled into violence. Both women were physically assaulted and taunted with racial slurs. Brittany said they were violated, and during the chaos, she could hear Jana screaming. Eventually, the screaming stopped. Brittany said that's when she knew Jana was died. She feared she was next, but then, unexpectedly, the men told her they would spare her life. Why they chose to leave her alive, she didn't know. When Brittany was asked why the attackers spared her, her answer was chilling. They said she was fun to take advantage of. After the violent attack, the suspects allegedly restrained Brittany and left her in a bathroom of the store, where she was later found. The interview with Brittany was cut short so investigators could concentrate on collecting forensic evidence, hoping to find DNA that might identify the attackers. In the meantime, based on Brittany's description, authorities set up surveillance outside the Lululemon store. Soon after, they noticed 2 men in black clothing, who matched her description, and stopped them for questioning. However, this lead quickly fell apart. The men turned out to be waiters from a nearby restaurant, and they walked that route every night after their shifts. The black clothing was part of their work uniform. After reviewing surveillance footage from previous nights, police confirmed that these 2 men routinely passed by the store at that same time. Both men had strong alibis for the night of the assault and cooperated fully with investigators. They provided their DNA and shoe prints for analysis, which all came back clear. On March 16, 2011, 5 days after the incident, Brittany was interviewed again. When asked about the type of car Jana drove, she claimed not to know. The interview ended shortly after. On March 18, Brittany met with detectives for a 3rd interview. This time, she confessed that she did know what Jana's car looked like because the attackers had forced her to move it. She explained that the men had made her drive Jana's car away from the store before assaulting her. They threatened her life, claiming they were watching her, and warned that they would kill her if she did not return quickly. While moving the car, she spotted a police officer nearby but did not reach out for help, fearing for her safety. Despite her explanation, police began to doubt Brittany's honesty. A significant inconsistency arose from her previous statements that both she and Jana had been assaulted, as evidenced by their pants being slashed. However, after 6 days into the investigation, forensic testing revealed surprising results. No evidence of assault was found. The only DNA collected from the scene belonged to Jana and Brittany. There was no trace of any male DNA, and the samples from 2 waiters did not match anything from the crime scene. Investigators focused on an important detail: the footprints. All the prints were found inside the store. If the attackers had come in from outside, there should have been some evidence of their entry or exit, but there was none. This left police with 2 possibilities: either the attackers changed shoes inside the store, which seemed unlikely, or they never entered from the outside at all. Furthermore, the smaller footprints at the seam matched Brittany's shoes, while the larger prints were from a size 14 shoe. Initially, this suggested an unidentified male suspect. However, when investigators checked the store's inventory, they discovered that the larger shoes belonged to Lolyoman's stockroom. They were part of the store's inventory. This raised an important question: if 2 men ambushed Jana and Brittany, why would they take the time to change into store-brand shoes during such a violent act? It didn't make sense. Meanwhile, employees at the nearby Apple store shared something unsettling with the police. Around 10:30 p.m. on the night of the attack, they heard a loud argument coming from Lululemon. Several staff members, including a security guard, reported clearly hearing 2 women arguing, with one of them pleading, "Talk to me, please don't do this. What's happening?" Their conversation was accompanied by crashing sounds, which indicated a struggle and something heavy being dragged across the floor, yet no one heard a man's voice at any point. At one moment, someone was heard whispering, "God, please help me." Unfortunately, nobody at the Apple store called the police. They assumed the noise was just a workplace dispute, some internal drama. They had no idea that Jana was fighting for her life just a few feet away. As detectives uncovered more evidence, their suspicions about Brittany grew stronger. Investigators delved into her past and discovered a troubling detail: Brittany had a hidden history that predated her employment at the Lululemon store. In college, she developed a reputation for stealing. Friends, roommates, and teammates began to notice that their belongings, money, clothes, and makeup, were going missing. This frequent stealing led to gossip, and eventually, her kleptomaniac behavior was officially reported. As a result, Brittany lost her scholarship and was expelled from school. By 2007, she moved to Maryland and began working at a hotel, where she quickly achieved a managerial position. However, history repeated itself when coworkers discovered that she was stealing from them, leading to her termination. Despite her troubled background, Brittany had aspirations. She wanted to become a personal trainer and hoped to open her own fitness center one day. Her job at Lululemon was intended to be temporary, serving as a stepping stone toward her bigger dreams. She and Jana were co-workers and got along well enough. There was no indication of any personal conflict between them. So what sparked the tragic event? That evening, before the store closed, employees followed their usual protocol, which included a mandatory bag check to prevent theft. Jana was assigned to check Brittany's bag and discovered something suspicious: a pair of Lululemon leggings with the tag still attached. Rather than confront Brittany directly, Jana reported the finding to their manager, who assured her that she would address the issue the following morning. Later that night, after the store had closed and all employees had gone home, Brittany reached out to Jana, claiming she had left her Metro card inside and needed help retrieving it. Jana, being kind and willing to assist, agreed to come back. What followed is thought to have been a confrontation, with Brittany potentially pleading with Jana not to report her and trying to avoid being fired again. However, when Jana remained steadfast in her decision, the situation escalated. Investigators believe Brittany attacked Jana using tools from the store, such as a wrench, a hammer, and a box cutter. As Jaina fought to escape and attempted to reason with Brittany, the violence escalated to a horrifying level. After killing Jaina, Brittany moved her car to a different spot to create an alibi and hide her actions. A witness later saw Brittany in the vehicle, and nearly 90 minutes later, she was still there, likely planning her next move. Brittany returned to the store, put on size 14 shoes she found there, and staged the scene to appear as if a robbery had gone wrong. She messed up the store, stole cash from the registers, and then inflicted minor injuries on herself before using zip ties to bind her wrists and ankles. She placed herself in the bathroom and waited until morning, when her co-workers discovered the horrifying scene. This was a calculated attempt to shift suspicion away from herself. Tragically, Jaina lost her life over a pair of stolen leggings. On March 18, 2011, exactly 1 week after the incident, Brittany Norwood was arrested. Prosecutors faced a challenge. They had to demonstrate that this was not an impulsive act of violence but a premeditated murder. If they succeeded, Brittany would receive a life sentence without the possibility of parole. However, her defense team aimed for a lesser charge of second-degree murder, arguing that she had acted out of panic in the moment. The trial began in October 2011. Lead prosecutor John McCarthy portrayed Brittany as manipulative and a compulsive liar. He presented strong forensic evidence and pointed out inconsistencies in her account to show that she had planned the attack. Meanwhile, the defense acknowledged that Brittany had killed Jaina but contended that it was not premeditated, framing it as a tragic situation where she lost control. The details revealed a chilling truth. Jaina didn't die quickly, she fought fiercely, leaving a trail of blood as she tried to escape. She endured a brutal 20-minute attack and was aware of what was happening for most of that time. This level of violence indicated that the act was premeditated, not impulsive. The jury quickly reached a verdict, finding Brittany Norwood guilty of first-degree murder after only an hour of deliberation. On January 27, 2012, Brittany was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge described the murder as cold-blooded, planned, and ruthless, condemning the calculated actions Brittany took after the crime. He also criticized the employees at the Apple store for ignoring Jaina's cries for help, labeling their inaction as callous indifference. In 2015, Brittany's final appeal was denied. She remains incarcerated at the Maryland Correctional Institution for Women. The calculated murder by her co-worker Brittany Norwood, driven by a desperate attempt to conceal a minor theft, revealed a chilling capacity for deceit and violence. Norwood's life sentence without parole delivered justice, but it could not restore the bright future Jaina had been on the cusp of achieving. Jaina's memory endures as a beacon of light, reminding us to remain vigilant against the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface of everyday interactions. Muellers were not just an ordinary family, they were deeply passionate about weapons, which played a significant role in their lives. The father, William Mueller, was more than just an avid collector. He held a federal firearms license, allowing him to operate as a licensed gun dealer. Additionally, he worked as a self-employed electrician, and his life revolved around firearms, buying, selling, and using them. William was married to Nancy, and they had an 8-year-old daughter named Sarah, their only child. They adored her and considered her the heart of their family. They lived in Tilly, Arkansas, a small, close-knit community where William and Nancy chose to homeschool Sarah. Their weekends often revolved around attending weapons shows, a shared interest that strengthened their family bond. As a result, their home was filled with weapons, ammunition, and large amounts of cash. This valuable collection made them an attractive target for thieves. In 1995, tragedy struck when their home was burglarized by Kirby, a man who was a family friend. He stole a weapon and cash, but the robbery did not deter the Muellers from their love of weapons or their business. This robbery is important to remember, as it plays a crucial role in the investigation that follows. Fast forward to January 1996. The Mueller family was out enjoying quality time together, unaware that 2 men were lurking in the shadows of their home, waiting for the moment they returned. As soon as the Muellers entered their home, they were confronted by 2 men who appeared to be FBI agents. However, These men were not genuine agents, they were imposters. Without delay, the men tied the family to chairs. When William, aged 52 at the time, refused to comply, the situation escalated frighteningly. The intruders separated the family members and began torturing them while asking questions. Despite the torment they endured, they did not divulge any information, which led the men to target their 8-year-old daughter, Sarah. The men interrogated Sarah about the family's wealth, asking where they kept their money and valuables. To force her to speak, one of them used an electric cattle prod on her. While this tool is not lethal, it causes excruciating pain, especially for a young child. Eventually, Sarah revealed the location of their cash, which amounted to $50,000, as well as weapons and ammunition. One might assume that they would take what they wanted and leave, but the nightmare continued. Next, the intruders used stun guns on the family, rendering them unconscious. They took their time with this, almost as if they were enjoying the slow torture. Sadly, it didn't stop there. What happened next was even worse. They suffocated the family by placing sealed plastic bags over their heads. 2 weeks passed before anyone noticed that something was seriously wrong. Nancy's mother, Berlene Peterson, hadn't heard from her daughter at all during that time. This was very unusual for Nancy, as she always called after their trips, especially after attending weapon shows. Concerned, Erlene contacted the sheriff to express her worries. Sheriff J. Winters, familiar with the Muellers despite living in a neighboring county, agreed to help. However, when he spoke to the neighbors, they seemed unconcerned. Many believed the Muellers had simply gone on a short getaway and hadn't felt the need to check in. It seemed like everyone assumed they just needed some time away and that everything was fine. Then, on February 11th, a month later, the situation took a frightening turn. A farmer found the Muellers' Jeep abandoned on the side of the highway, far from where it should have been. This discovery reignited the investigation. Inside the Jeep was Nancy's purse, which contained her wallet and ID, but there was no sign of the family. As the weeks passed, their disappearance became increasingly concerning as no leads emerged. After 5 months, a breakthrough occurred when an elderly couple went fishing in a swamp near Russellville. While waiting for a fish to bite, the woman got her line caught on something. When she tried to free it, she realized she had hooked a boot that still contained a man's leg bone. Frightened, she called the police to report the incident and seek help. This prompted sheriff to initiate another search, organizing teams to comb through the bayou using metal hooks and divers. By the end of the day, they uncovered parts of a body. The torso had been weighed down by a rock, and duct tape was wrapped around the head. Investigators immediately recognized that this was no ordinary crime. It appeared to be a calculated execution. The remains belonged to a small female, and initially, investigators suspected it might be the body of a 6-year-old girl who had been reported missing from a neighboring county the previous year. However, upon closer examination, the size and clothing did not match. This led them to consider the possibility that it could be Sarah Mueller. The following day, 2 additional partial bodies were found. All 3 torsos were similarly weighed down with rocks, and their heads were tightly wrapped in plastic bags and secured with duct tape. The scene was haunting. Using dental records, DNA, and clothing, authorities confirmed the identities of the bodies as William Mueller, his wife Nancy, and their 8-year-old daughter, Sarah. What had begun as a missing persons case quickly escalated into a horrific triple homicide investigation. The coroner determined that the bodies had likely been in the water since January 11th, the last day they were seen. However, further investigation revealed small specks of blue paint on the tape. These paint samples were sent to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C., where it was confirmed that the paint matched that used on General Motors vehicles. This lead suggests that 2 individuals were involved. One drove the blue car carrying the bodies, while the other followed in William's Jeep. By the time the bodies were dumped, the Muellers were presumably already dead, having been suffocated by the plastic bags. The investigation then focused on the Muellers' possessions. After the family's disappearance, most valuables were taken by relatives, but some items were left in William's garage. Among the findings was a weapon case that had a serial number, although the weapon itself was missing. They also discovered a family photo with friends. The authorities entered the weapon's serial number into the National Crime Information Center database and were able to trace it back to a man named Travis Brake, who had been arrested months earlier in Seattle, Washington, for carrying a concealed weapon. Travis confesses that he sold the weapon at a show and describes the two men he bought it from. One man caught his attention. Investigators showed him a photo they had discovered among the Mueller's belongings, and he identified one of the men, Kirby Kehoe. This was the same man who had robbed the Muellers a year earlier. Kirby was familiar with trouble. He had an extensive criminal record involving firearms and was actively involved in the white supremacist movement. However, investigators needed more concrete evidence to arrest Kirby. Almost a year after the murder of the Mueller family, investigators caught a break in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A trooper noticed a blue Chevy Suburban with suspicious bumper stickers parked in a handicapped spot. Inside, police found a man named Sean Haynes and his girlfriend asleep. When police checked the serial numbers of two weapons found in a car, they discovered one of them was stolen and belonged to the Mueller family. When arrested and questioned, Sean admitted that he had traded one weapon for another at a motel 6 months earlier. The person involved in the transaction was Chavi Kehoe, Kirby Kehoe's eldest son. At this point, the investigators had two suspects. The Kehoe family was very different from the Muellers. Chavi Kehoe, 26 years old, grew up in a household where white supremacy was not just discussed but was a fundamental part of their lives. Chavi wasn't just a typical troubled young man. His parents' beliefs significantly influenced him, leading the family down a path of hate and violence. When Chavi was a child, the Kehoe family relocated from Florida to the serene hills of Madison County, North Carolina. Later, in the mid-1980s, they relocated again, this time to Stevens County in Washington. Chavi initially appeared to be a bright student, excelling as an honor student at Kettle Junior High School. However, in 1988, his parents decided to homeschool him, believing it would allow for more personalized attention. Unfortunately, instead of fostering a positive learning environment, this choice created an insular world filled with extreme ideas. From an early age, Chavi was drawn into a life of crime, learning about robbery, theft, and evading law enforcement. The Kehoe household fostered an atmosphere of hate and paranoia, steeped in anti-government beliefs that Chavi absorbed. Rather than nurturing healthy aspirations, his dreams became violent and driven by white supremacy. By the time he reached adulthood, he had a singular aim: to overthrow the U.S. government and establish his vision of a white supremacist utopia, which he called the Aryan People's Republic. This wasn't a mere phase for Chavi. This twisted ideology was central to his identity, and his family played a crucial role in shaping it. This influence became evident in 1995 when he participated in a violent kidnapping and robbery. In June of that year, he and a partner targeted Malcolm and Jill Friedman, a Jewish couple who owned a store where he had previously worked. The Friedman family was restrained with weapons, but this crime was not random. Chavi chose them specifically because of their ethnicity. This incident vividly illustrated the hate and violence he had been raised to accept. Based on the circumstances, there is reason to believe that Kirby and his son Chavi had been under police surveillance for some time. If Chavi was involved in a significant amount of criminal activity, Kirby, his father, was not immune to it either. Despite the lengthy criminal records of both men, they remained elusive until February 15, 1997, when an Ohio State police officer pulled over a blue Chevy Suburban. The vehicle was swerving, driving unusually slowly, and appeared suspicious. The driver ignored the trooper, but the passenger acknowledged him with a nod. Initially, the officer thought nothing of it until he noticed the passenger was continually watching him through the rearview mirror. This sparked the officer's instincts. He ran the license plate and discovered it had expired, and neither the driver nor the passenger had valid driver's licenses. When the trooper asked the driver to exit the vehicle, he complied but cautioned the officer not to touch him. Things escalated from there. As one of the deputies called for a tow truck to impound the vehicle, the driver suddenly dashed back to the car. The officers pursued him, but during the commotion, the passenger drew a weapon and began attacking the officers, creating enough chaos for the driver to jump back into the Chevy Suburban and flee. As the driver drove away, the passenger informed the officer that he had borrowed the truck from a friend. He then refused to be searched. While the officer was trying to check for weapons, he insisted that he did not want the officer to search through all his belongings. The driver then assured the officer that there was no problem and that he would not cause any trouble. It seemed that he was lying. It turns out the two men in this dramatic situation were Chevy and his brother Shane. After Chevy drove away in the Chevy Suburban, Shane, who was in the passenger seat, ran into the nearby woods. The police searched for him all day, but they couldn't catch him. Like Chevy, Shane was also heavily involved in white supremacy and was willing to use violence to support his beliefs. Later that day, Chevy ended up in another shootout, this time in the parking lot of an electrical supply company. He exchanged gunfire with two Wilmington police officers, Officer Richard Rick Wood and Sergeant Robert Bob Martin. During the chaos, an innocent bystander, 56-year-old Frank Marsden, was attacked in the shoulder. The shootout was recorded by the dash cameras of both officers and quickly became a significant news story. In 1997, footage of the police shootout aired on Fox's World's Scariest Police Shootouts, which quickly gained popularity and was featured on other shows like Most Shocking and World's Most Amazing Videos. During this time, the Kehoe brothers, Chevy and Shane, were evading capture while secretly traveling with their families in an RV across several states. Investigators were concerned that they would go to great lengths to avoid arrest, leading the police to intensify their search efforts. The police released images of Chevy and Shane, hoping that someone would be able to identify them or their vehicle. At Lake Hill Campground, officials discovered that the Kehoe family had been there in their RV, but they had left 2 days ago. As days turned into weeks, reports of the RV's sightings flooded in from all over the country. They were seen in various states, including West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, and Montana, always managing to stay one step ahead of law enforcement. In Indianapolis, police found a stolen van linked to Chevy, which contained the gas receipt with his name on it, but there was no trace of Shane. A few days later, the Kehoe family's RV was discovered abandoned on a lonely road in Wyoming. When the police investigated, they found alarming items inside: weapons, ammunition, fake FBI jackets, U.S. Marshals badges, and materials for making bombs. The ATF bomb squad inspected the RV and, while they did not find any functional devices, the presence of these components suggested that the Kehoe family was preparing for something very dangerous. Authorities grew increasingly concerned about the escalating violence and potential actions of Chevy and Shane. As the search continued, it seemed that Chevy and Shane were consistently staying just out of reach. However, on June 16, 1997, investigators received a lead indicating that Shane, Chevy's brother, was ready to surrender. Shane disclosed their hiding spot for the previous months and revealed that after the shootouts in Ohio, they had sought refuge on a secluded ranch in southern Utah. The farm owner provided them with food and shelter as long as they worked. However, the situation took a turn for the worse when Chevy began to exhibit uncontrollable behavior due to his temper and paranoia. Chevy even expressed intentions to kill his wife, Karina Gum, who had Native American roots, and plotted to murder their parents, Kirby and Gloria, in order to raise his younger brothers according to his white supremacist beliefs. On June 12, Chevy's paranoia turned against Shane. Following a violent argument, Shane feared for his safety and that of his family, leading him to escape in the middle of the night with his loved ones, driving nearly 1,000 miles back to Washington state. This brought their extended period on the run to an end. Chevy was arrested on June 17, 1997, however, this was not the most significant aspect of the case. The critical information that Shane provided to law enforcement was that Chevy had confessed to being involved in the murder of the Muellers along with another unnamed individual. Around the same time in June 1997, their father, Kirby, was also arrested. This arrest was unexpected, as he had no connections to the murder of the Mueller family, nor did Shane. Just when Gloria, Chevy's mother, came forward to the police with shocking information. She revealed that her son Chevy had confessed to her about the gruesome details of the Mueller family murders. Gloria explained that these killings were not impulsive. Instead, they had been planned for an entire year, beginning with the first robbery of the Mueller family in February 1995, which set everything into motion. Gloria stated that the incident was triggered when William Mueller, the head of the Mueller family, confronted Kirby, suspecting him of involvement in the robbery. During this confrontation, William was disrespectful to Kirby, which angered Chevy. This incident seemed to ignite something in Chevy, leading him to believe that William's disrespect justified a plan to rob and kill the Muellers. However, there was more to Chevy's actions than just a personal vendetta. According to law enforcement, Chevy was also motivated by the knowledge that William owned valuable weapons, high-end gear, and ammunition, which further intrigued Chevy. Gloria went on to identify a second person involved in the murders, Daniel Lewis Lee. Daniel was not unfamiliar to Chevy. The two knew each other through their connections in white supremacist groups. Chevy and Daniel were committed to establishing a whites-only nation, united by their shared beliefs. They planned to rob and kill the Mueller family and cover up their involvement. Gloria explained that the Muellers left for a weapons show on January 11, 1996. While they were away, Chevy and Daniel disguised themselves as police officers and went to the Mueller home. When the Muellers returned, Chevy and Daniel ambushed them and tied them up. However, a key part of their plan did not go as intended. Gloria revealed that Daniel hesitated, especially when it came to killing Sarah, the daughter of the Mueller family. Unable to follow through, he let Chevy take over, and Chevy killed Sarah. In March 1999, Daniel and Chevy stood trial for the murder of the Mueller family. Both Cheney and Gloria testified against them, providing detailed accounts of the incident. The trial resulted in Chevy Kehoe being sentenced to life in prison, while Daniel Lewis Lee received a death sentence. Daniel had a troubled childhood marked by instability and violence. From a young age, he faced many challenges, including seizures and neurological issues, which led to stays in mental health facilities. However, he was often removed from those facilities due to his violent behavior. His struggles were exacerbated by his inability to manage his anger, which fueled his violent tendencies as he grew older. By the time Daniel was 17, his violent behavior escalated alarmingly. He was involved in the brutal murder of Joseph Wavra during a robbery, marking his third murder in a series of violent offenses. Shockingly, Daniel managed to avoid a murder charge and instead received only a suspended sentence for the robbery, a decision that seemed unjust given the severity of his actions. Unfortunately, this leniency failed to curb Daniel's violent tendencies. It only encouraged him, allowing his appetite for violence to grow unchecked. Daniel met Chevy in 1995, united by their mutual disdain for the government and their desire to create a white supremacist stronghold. In court, Daniel attempted to portray himself as someone who could change for the better, claiming he had a good side. This seemed insincere given his history of violence. His plea felt more like a fictional redemption story than reality. The court was not convinced. Daniel's past was too horrific, and nobody believed he could truly reform. Eventually, Daniel was executed by lethal injection in 2020. This marked the first federal execution of a prisoner in 17 years. Daniel was executed in Indiana after the U.S. Supreme Court allowed it to proceed. He had been convicted of murdering 3 members of an Arkansas family, including an 8-year-old girl, back in 1996. However, he maintained his innocence to witnesses on the day of his execution. The Supreme Court overturned lower court decisions that raised concerns about potential suffering caused by lethal injection. Interestingly, while Chevy was the mastermind behind the brutal murders of the Mueller family, he avoided the death penalty. In contrast, Daniel, who played a less direct role, faced execution. This sparked confusion. How could the planner of the crime receive a lighter sentence than his accomplice? The situation became even more complicated when it was revealed that Chevy was connected to another major crime, the Oklahoma City bombing. Following Chevy's arrest, his brother Shane alleged that Chevy had prior knowledge of the bombing. Chevy was reportedly seen with Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber, at a motel in Spokane several months before the bombing. The motel manager claimed that Chevai appeared excited about the bombing when the news broke and even hinted that something significant would occur on April 19. However, when the FBI investigated, they found no evidence that Timothy had ever visited Spokane or that Chevai was directly involved in the bombing. Chevai denied all allegations, but the rumors only deepened the intrigue surrounding him. Although Chevai had links to violent extremist groups, he faced lighter consequences compared to Daniel. In the end, Shane Kehoe was sentenced to 24 years for attempted murder and weapons possession related to an Ohio shootout, while their father, Kirby, received a 44-month sentence after pleading guilty to federal racketeering charges. Shane's sentence was eventually reduced to 11 years, and he was released from prison in 2008. However, his legal troubles continued. On October 14, 2013, he and Kirby were arrested in Arizona after a raid by the ATF uncovered a large marijuana-growing operation and a stockpile of weapons at an off-grid compound. Authorities confiscated 17 weapons, nearly 177,000 rounds of ammunition, 15 pounds of marijuana, and various types of body armor. Both Shane and Kirby pleaded guilty to being felons in possession of firearms and ammunition. In 2014, Shane received a 41-month prison sentence, while Kirby was sentenced to 10 years. Shane was released in September 2016, and Kirby followed in January 2022. As for Chevai, he spent a significant amount of time at the United States Penitentiary Florence ADX in Colorado, registered under the Federal Bureau of Prisons number 21300-009. He was later moved to various other facilities, including the United States Penitentiary Florence High and the United States Penitentiary McCreary in Kentucky. By 2022, Chevai was incarcerated at the United States Penitentiary Terre Haute, and one can only hope he is experiencing more suffering there than his victims did. Ryan Smith was born in 1975 in San Diego, California, USA. From a young age, he harbored a strong desire to travel and learn about different cultures around the world. This passion ultimately led him to emigrate from his home country. At 27, Ryan was eager to explore Eurasia, particularly the former Soviet Union. In 2002, he embarked on a journey to Azerbaijan, a nation located at the crossroads of Eastern Europe and Western Asia, bordered by the Caspian Sea and the Caucasus Mountains. For Ryan, it was the ideal starting point for his adventures. In Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, Ryan immersed himself in the local language and culture. He worked in a carpet market within the walled city, learning about one of the region's oldest and most valued crafts. The tradition of carpet making is passed down through generations, and Ryan was captivated by the beauty of the carpets. This experience inspired him to consider starting a business focused on handmade carpets. In December 2005, Ryan returned to the United States to launch his project. While there, he met and married a young teacher named Laura. She encouraged Ryan to restrict his travels and concentrate on their life together. In 2011, they traveled to Georgia, a former Soviet republic bordering Azerbaijan, where they got married in the city of Marnoli and planned to produce traditional carpets. In 2014, their son Caleb was born. Meanwhile, Ryan and Laura worked on their long-awaited project of weaving handmade carpets using traditional Azerbaijani techniques that Ryan had developed. Each carpet had the potential to sell for over $1,000 in international markets. While Laura taught English at a local government school, Ryan traveled to nearby villages to find weavers to collaborate with. However, Ryan was surprised to find few artisans still practicing traditional methods. Some artisans who had initially expressed interest in the project later withdrew for various reasons, including disagreements over pricing and uncertainty about the designs. Ryan shared on his blog that during a 4-day visit to Kalari, a place he had not been to before, he found artisans who were willing to join his project. Ryan aimed to do more than just make a profit or preserve an ancient culture. He wanted to become a community benefactor by inviting women from the countryside, who possessed traditional weaving skills, to join his project. This opportunity would allow them to revive their craft and support their families. As a result, Ryan and Laura became one of the most respected couples in their town. Ryan considered this place to be incredibly special. His wife, Laura, connected deeply with the city and its people, engaging in teaching and forging numerous friendships. Meanwhile, Ryan promoted the art of carpet weaving from the ancient culture and earned admiration from the locals. Most residents regarded them as kind and trustworthy individuals they could turn to for help. They quickly assimilated into the local society, traditions, and culture, which led to them applying for citizenship in 2012, becoming citizens of both the United States and the state of Georgia. Laura and Ryan planned to build a kindergarten with a playground using their own funds. Just when they felt they had found a true home and a promising future for their family, tragedy struck unexpectedly, shattering all their dreams. In July 2018, Ryan, aged 43, and Laura, aged 42, decided to take a short vacation with their son Caleb to escape their daily routine. Laura's friend, Sabina Taliboba, recounted that Laura called her on July 4th to share their plans to go to the mountains, notifying her that they would be away for 2 days. They selected a small and picturesque spot near the Godori Mountains, known for its beautiful trails, waterfalls, and gorges, perfect for quiet walks and picnics in nature. However, instead of finding peace, they encountered a nightmare. Concerned about getting lost and wanting a safe experience for their son Caleb, they sought a local guide. They met Mokaz Kabori, a 19-year-old shepherd who, while not a resident of the area, was familiar with it as he often grazed livestock there. Mokaz had a calm demeanor and was well regarded by the locals, leading them to hire him as their guide. Shortly after their journey into the mountains began, Ryan and Laura discovered Mokaz's disturbing intentions. They hiked up to a clearing where they set up camp for dinner, near one of the local springs for fresh water. At some point, Ryan became concerned about how Mokaz was handling his weapon, which he always carried. This led to a heated argument between them. In an unexpected turn of events, Mokaz turned the weapon on Ryan and attacked him in the head, followed by an attack to his back. The echoes of the gunfire were drowned out by Laura's terrified screams and Caleb's cries, but the worst was yet to unfold. Despite Laura's desperate pleas, Mokaz pressed the weapon against Caleb's head and attacked the boy at point-blank range. Laura, terrified and unable to fully comprehend the horror unfolding before her, was left in shock. She froze in place, but as she met Mokaz's cold stare, she realized his intentions. Driven by instinct to survive, Laura ran as fast as she could to escape the fate that had befallen her husband and son. However, when she reached the edge of the cliff by the waterfall, she found herself with nowhere to go. Mokaz used his weapon to assault her, then pushed her off the cliff, causing her to land on the riverbank below. Afterward, investigators uncovered that Mokaz had buried Caleb's body in a concealed location, along with the weapon he used. He then returned to the village as if nothing had happened. After several days without word from Laura, her friend Sabina grew concerned. She tried to contact both Laura and Ryan but received no response. Ryan's friends were also puzzled, as it was very unusual for him to go silent for such an extended period. On Friday, July 6, 2018, the Emergency Response and Emergency Situations Center received a report about a Georgian-American family that might be missing in the mountains. The caller, Sabina, informed them that the Smith family, including their 4-year-old son, had not been reachable for over 2 days. In response, a team of 15 rescuers was dispatched to the area where the family was last seen. When the rescuers arrived, they discovered Laura's belongings and vehicle. As they continued along the trail, they made a shocking discovery. They found a lifeless body at the bottom of a waterfall. This prompted the rescuers to intensify their search and widen the area they were covering. Later, they located another human body about 800 meters from the waterfall. Due to the heat and humidity typical of the season, the decomposition of the bodies was rapid. Initially, authorities reported that the victims showed no signs of violence. In accordance with Georgia's criminal code, an investigation was initiated, but details about Laura and Ryan's child, Caleb, remained unclear for several days. Investigators discovered that Mokaz Kabori was the last person in contact with the family. As a result, he was arrested, and during questioning, he claimed to know the whereabouts of Caleb. For days after the Smith family went hiking in the mountains, he led investigators to where he had buried Caleb and the murder weapon. The following day, the Georgian Ministry of Internal Affairs announced that Mawkaz had been taken into custody and charged with the murders of the Smith family. This tragic incident shocked the nation, particularly in the Marnulli area and the local weaving community. The American consulate also expressed concern over the crime, and an FBI team joined Georgian authorities in the investigation, assisting with evidence collection and analysis. On July 11, the Tbilisi Municipal Court ordered that Mawkaz, who pleaded not guilty, be held in custody. He alleged that two foreigners in a black car were the actual killers. According to Mawkaz, these individuals murdered the Smith family, threatened him and his family to ensure he wouldn't report them to the police, and left him alive to divert suspicion onto him. Mawkaz's lawyer dismissed claims of violence against Laura, arguing that Mawkaz was incapable of such acts because he was a virgin. On July 12, friends, media activists, and members of public organizations gathered outside Ryan's house in Marnulli with toys, flowers, and candles to pay their respects and remember his family. The following day, Mawkaz's lawyer affirmed his client's innocence, stating that the crime was committed by two foreigners and that Mawkaz had initially pleaded guilty due to psychological pressure. However, evidence against Mawkaz began to surface. The most significant evidence came from the autopsy report of the victims. Ryan had two weapon wounds, one to the head and one to the back. Caleb was attacked in the head at close range. In Laura's case, the abuse and assault were confirmed, and DNA tests showed that the biological material found on her and her underwear matched Mawkaz's DNA. Additionally, DNA from both Ryan and Mawkaz was discovered on the murder weapon. An FBI technical examination of the Smith family and Mawkaz's phones revealed that Mawkaz's phone contained photos of Laura's lifeless body at the falls. He had shown these photos to several locals, claiming he had stumbled upon the body while walking in the area. Investigators also discovered that Mawkaz had visited several adult websites in the days leading up to the incident. These findings led investigators to believe that Mawkaz had a personal interest in Laura and that his actions were premeditated from the moment the Smith family contacted him for a trip to the falls. Following the investigation's results, Mawkaz's lawyer, David, resigned, citing principled reasons for not being able to continue defending him. Another lawyer took over the case, maintaining Mawkaz's innocence and filing a motion to retract his earlier confession. Mawkaz's mother supported her son and agreed with the position of the new lawyer. The defense argued that police may have coerced Mawkaz into confessing under threats of imprisonment. His family claimed that the high-profile nature of the case led the authorities to charge him quickly in order to close it. Nevertheless, on November 9, 2018, Mawkaz Kabori was formally charged with murdering 3 members of the Smith family. He also faced additional abuse charges against Laura. A psychological evaluation indicated that Mawkaz was mentally fit for trial. His pre-trial detention was scheduled to end on April 9, 2019, but the prosecutor asserted that they had strong evidence of his guilt and that he would receive appropriate punishment for his crimes. On March 25, 2019, the court unanimously found Mawkaz guilty of premeditated murder with particular cruelty toward 3 members of the Smith family. He committed these murders to cover up another crime, namely, the abuse. On March 27, 2019, Judge Goga Kopriashvili of the Gori District Court sentenced Mawkaz Kabori to life in prison. While his family protested the sentence, claiming it was unjust, the friends and family of Smith felt relieved by the verdict. The defense attorneys announced plans to appeal, arguing that there were procedural errors in the trial. The U.S. consul in Georgia stated that the verdict brought justice to the Smith family, noting that the evidence clearly proved Mawkaz's guilt. From the moment Ryan and Laura Smith arrived in Georgia, they earned the love and respect of the Marnulli community. Their brutal murder deeply affected the community they had chosen to make their home. Laura and Ryan Smith's community project not only revived an ancient tradition but also provided income and stability to many local women. After their tragic deaths, many women who were striving to build successful businesses experienced sadness and uncertainty. However, The project was later revitalized by investors who supported Ryan's vision and created opportunities for local artisans. Ryan and Laura left their familiar life in the West to explore a new culture. They received a warm welcome from the community, but their lives were filled with sadness because there was a mysterious person hiding their true nature behind the guise of a kind shepherd. Christy Wesselman was born on April 19, 1970, in Chicago, Illinois, USA. By 1985, her parents had divorced and moved away. After the divorce, Christy and her siblings stayed with their mother in Glen Ellen, a suburban town near Chicago with a population of fewer than 30,000. Christy has attended a variety of schools, but she has always made new friends quickly. The family chose to live in this quiet suburb because it was one of the safest areas in the region. During the 1980s, children felt safe playing outside without adult supervision, and not all residents locked their doors at night. Unfortunately, this peaceful time didn't last forever. Christy was a bright student with good grades and intended to go to college. She was also athletic, playing softball and volleyball, which helped her become popular among her peers. She had many friends. As she started high school, Christy became the class leader. She had a bold perspective on life for her age. In 1984, she even met then-President Ronald Reagan. While many were worried about this meeting, when her mother, Sandra, asked her if she was anxious, she confidently replied that she was not, stating that he was just a human being. Christy maintained a positive outlook throughout her life. In July 1985, during the summer vacation, Christy's mother, Sandra, was busy working to provide for her 3 children. Because she couldn't spend much time with them, she sent her youngest child, Christy, to all-day summer classes or camp. The children would return home by 5 or 6 p.m. On July 21, 1985, the family gathered for dinner after classes. Christy asked her mother if she could go to the supermarket to buy soda and a chocolate bar. Her mother agreed, believing it would be a quick trip since the store was only a 20-minute walk away. However, an hour passed, and she still hadn't returned. Initially, her mother wasn't worried, thinking Christy might have run into a classmate or decided to visit a friend, which wasn't unusual for an active teenager. As more time passed with no sign of Christy, her mother began to feel anxious. She decided to head to the supermarket herself to find out why Christy was delayed. On her way, she encountered several of Christy's classmates, but none had seen her. Once back home, she called all the friends she could think of, but no one had seen Christy. As darkness fell and it grew past 8 p.m., her concern turned into fear, prompting her to contact the police for help in the search. Law enforcement took this case very seriously from the start. They visited Christy's home to speak with Christy's mother and gather a description of her. They also compiled a complete list of friends and acquaintances she might have gone to see. The police visited all the addresses provided, but unfortunately, no one they spoke with had any useful information, leading to concerns that Christy might be missing. The next step for the police was to visit the last known location where she was seen, the supermarket. At the supermarket, they interviewed the security guard and staff members. A security guard, who was also a familiar neighbor to Christy's family, had known them for years and provided some useful information. She had met them shortly after they moved in and even helped care for the children when their mother was at work. According to the security officer, Christy had been at the supermarket around 6 p.m., where she bought a soda and a chocolate bar before leaving. There was nothing unusual about her visit. She was not accompanied by anyone, nor did anyone seem to follow her. Christy appeared cheerful as she left. Christy was supposed to return home with her shopping and had no intention of visiting anyone, which means she disappeared on her way back. What could have happened to her? Detectives interviewed several witnesses who confirmed seeing her with her shopping, and everything appeared to be normal. After that, no one saw Christy again. She had to walk quite a distance to get home. However, the locals knew that she often took a shortcut, and it seemed that she had taken that way. This shortcut involved a path through an area with trees and tall bushes. During the day, it felt quiet and safe, but it became unsettling after dark. Could someone dangerous have hidden there and kidnapped Christie? When the police learned about this path and went to investigate, it was 2 a.m. They searched but couldn't find anything useful. The search in the darkness seemed futile, so they decided to resume their efforts at dawn. When daylight came, detectives returned to search the route to the store. They quickly discovered a chocolate bar and soda that matched what Christie had bought. Nearby, they found a spot with trampled grass and broken bushes, indicating a struggle. It was clear why they hadn't found anything at night. Christie's body had been hidden in dense undergrowth, making it impossible to see in the poor lighting. Christie's mother, Sandra, took part in the search for her daughter and was among the first to discover her body. Shocked, she encountered the police officers at the scene. Her daughter's body showed signs of severe violence. There were stab wounds on her chest and neck, as well as many defensive injuries. Additionally, Christie had been abused. A major issue in the investigation was the lack of evidence. The killer had left no trace behind. Despite a detailed examination of the crime scene, nothing significant was discovered, suggesting that the perpetrator was an experienced criminal who knew how to cover their tracks. Christie wore a distinctive pearl ring that was missing. This ring was very valuable and had been a constant presence in her life. It was suspected that the killer took it. Detectives pursued this lead and visited local pawn shops, showing photos of the ring, but no one recognized it. They also reached out to the media and sought the public's help in identifying the jewelry, but no responses came in. The only piece of potentially useful evidence was the biological fluid found on Christie. However, at that time, forensic technology was not advanced enough to create a DNA profile for comparison. As a result, the collected materials were stored in archives. Detectives interviewed local residents and sought information from those who frequently used the nearby trail, hoping they might have seen or heard something. Unfortunately, no one could provide any useful information. Neighbors reported that they were near their homes around the time of the incident but did not hear anything unusual. It was suggested that Christie was attacked by someone she knew, which made her feel safe approaching him, leaving her with little chance to scream for help. Investigators spoke with Christie's mother, Sandra, to gather more details. They considered the possibility that she might have had issues with a boy who held a grudge, but this line of inquiry did not yield any substantial leads. She had no known romantic relationships, nor could any spurned admirers be identified. Detectives created a list of men and young individuals known for their abusive behavior who resided in the area. These individuals might have been present during the crime or had been released shortly before it occurred. Despite their efforts, the detectives made no progress. The collected evidence was filed away in an archive. The hope for a breakthrough lay in future advancements in technology and DNA research methods, suggesting that significant changes could be on the horizon. 3 years later, in 1988, new methods for DNA analysis and profiling emerged, enabling the comparison of collected materials with others. As a result, law enforcement was able to solve several cases that had previously stalled, including the murder of Christie Wesselman. However, when they compared the DNA profile obtained from the crime scene to the existing database, they found no matches, as the database was still small and didn't include all the DNA samples from convicted criminals. Since it was believed that the killer was familiar with Christie, authorities decided to collect DNA samples from her close neighbors in the suburban area. Many young men and women voluntarily cooperated, wanting to help solve the case. However, one local resident, Dana Henry, a 34-year-old man, refused to participate. He considered the investigation a waste of time and questioned the reliability of DNA profiling. Dana's refusal to cooperate raised suspicions about him, particularly because he lived near the location where Christie's body was discovered. Detectives tried to persuade him, but he remained resolute. Eventually, he agreed to voluntarily provide his DNA for profiling. Although he appeared to be a good family man, his actions shocked his neighbors, who could not connect his good image with the brutality of Christie's murder. Later, Dana spoke to the press and expressed frustration about being held in a cell as a suspect for 2 days. Law enforcement pressured him to provide DNA samples for examination, and he ultimately felt compelled to comply. Initially, the community believed that this would lead to a resolution of the case, but when the results came back, they showed no match. Dana was not a criminal. Throughout this ordeal, he maintained that he didn't want to provide his DNA because he believed he had the right to refuse. This situation drew more attention than Christie's murder itself. Dana began to seek justice, claiming that he suffered significant emotional distress due to the police's suspicions, which severely impacted his life. He endured days of hardship simply because he didn't want to cooperate with the authorities. After being cleared of suspicion, matters worsened. Upon returning home, his family, friends, and neighbors continued to suspect him of murder and abuse. Dana hired a lawyer, which cost him about $50,000, an enormous amount, especially since he struggled to keep up with his mortgage and was eventually evicted. This led to conflicts with his family and friends, although he eventually managed to convince them of his innocence after the police confirmed that he wasn't a criminal. Unfortunately, he lost almost all of his friends during this period. Part of the issue may have stemmed from the public's distrust of DNA analysis, as many people were unfamiliar with it. He filed a lawsuit against the police to seek compensation for the damages he suffered. However, his complaints were largely ignored. He was told that the situation could have been avoided if he had cooperated with the investigation from the start and provided his DNA like others did. Meanwhile, the investigation into Christie's death once again came to a standstill. In 1989, for years after Christie's murder, her family received a call from a man named Willis, whose identity was unknown to them. He claimed to know details about Christie's case from 1985. The family was hopeful about this information, but it led to no new developments. When they started to ignore him, he switched to sending letters. His behavior became increasingly obsessive, prompting Christie's mother to contact the police. Law enforcement investigated Willis's claims and discovered that he had been lying. Christie's mother then sought a restraining order against him. Once he was made aware of this restraining order, he ceased all contact. This situation added to the pain that Christie's family was already experiencing, as they had hoped he might be connected to the crime. Ultimately, it turned out that Willis had no involvement in Christie's murder. The next significant development occurred in 2000 when a database containing DNA information from registered criminals was already in place. This database was quite comprehensive, however, it primarily included individuals convicted of serious crimes, particularly focusing on those guilty of abuse and murder. Detectives were hopeful that this could help them solve the cold case, but unfortunately, no matches were found in the database, not even similar profiles. Investigators questioned how the brutal killer was able to attack Christie without leaving a trace, and whether he had committed similar crimes before. Such acts of extreme violence are rare, and those who commit them often reoffend. There was also a disturbing possibility that a serial killer was at work, a perpetrator who managed to evade capture and leave no evidence behind. If he is never caught, he could still be out there and pose a danger to others. The investigation once again hit a dead end, leading Christie's family to lose hope. It's heartbreaking to think that the mystery surrounding their daughter's death may never be solved. Progress finally came in 2015, 30 years after Christie's murder, when FBI agents contacted detectives in Illinois with a significant breakthrough. They reported a complete match with the criminal's DNA profile, which had been stored in the database in hopes of identifying the murderer. Authorities identified a 62-year-old man named Michael Jones. He was 32 in 1985, the year of the crime, and he had no connection to Christie or her family. They had never known him. Additionally, he did not reside in the city where the murder occurred at any time. Investigators sought a link between Michael and Christie but found none. He was unknown in the area, which indicated that the investigation had initially focused on Christie's immediate circle. If Michael had not committed another offense that led to his DNA being added to the database, he might never have been identified. Interestingly, he had previously been convicted of domestic violence, reported by his second wife. Although she suffered minor injuries, the incident did not seem serious enough for him to be flagged in the police database. This change became possible due to the efforts of the Illinois Attorney General, who has advocated since 2002 for the mandatory collection and storage of DNA profiles from all offenders, regardless of the crime's severity. The hard work of law enforcement ultimately led to the discovery of Christie's killer. Thanks to one person's initiative, Michael was uncovered as the perpetrator. Without this effort, he likely would have faced only a minor charge and continued living without facing consequences for the murder and abuse of a teenager. Michael had 2 ex-wives and several other relationships, prompting detectives to interview these women to gain insight into his character. They were cautious about charging him directly, but all the women reported that he had a problematic personality. A review of archived records revealed a long list of criminal offenses. His first major conviction dates back to the 1970s when he was arrested for assaulting a woman. However, the case was seemingly quieted down. A friend suggested that the victim may have been intimidated into retracting her complaint. This lack of accountability only encouraged further violence. A year later, Michael attacked another woman, who was his 27th target. He beat her severely, leaving her in critical condition. Fortunately, he eventually put her in her own car and abandoned her in the parking lot of a medical center, where she was found and received timely medical help. After her recovery, the victim promptly reported the incident to the police. As a result, Michael was declared a wanted man since he was nowhere to be found at his residence. The police began searching for Michael, but a few days later, he voluntarily turned himself in at the station. He could never explain why he had attacked, but he acknowledged that it was wrong. This may have been his way of attempting to lessen his guilt and potential punishment. He claimed he had mental health issues and needed assistance. He faced charges that could result in a prison sentence of 10 to 20 years. While incarcerated, Michael behaved well, became a model prisoner, and participated in treatment and rehabilitation programs. As a result, the parole board decided to release him after 6 years. In 1983, Michael was back on the streets of Illinois. Just 2 years later, he murdered Christie. If he had served the minimum sentence of at least 10 years that the prosecution had sought, she would never have encountered him. The woman who was attacked in 1977 was still alive in 2015 and met with the police. She was shocked to learn that Michael had been released early, as state law required that she be notified of his release due to the serious harm he had caused her. Unfortunately, she never received this notification. Had she been informed, she would have done everything in her power to oppose his early release, but the authorities did not provide her with that chance. Michael had moved away immediately after his release, so she had not seen him until that point. Now, she fully understood the danger he posed. The reasons behind the failure to notify her and why she was absent from the parole hearing remain unclear. A few months after his release in 1983, Michael married a young woman. She was already married with young children but quickly ended the relationship. When the police interviewed her, she revealed that Michael's behavior had driven her to leave. Her daughter reported that Michael had acted inappropriately while she was at work. Upon learning of this, the woman filed for divorce. Michael begged her not to go to the police, but she decided to report him. Fearing retaliation, she sought a restraining order, which provided her with some protection. Michael's next arrest occurred in 1999 after his girlfriend reported his inappropriate behavior. She regularly called the police due to domestic violence, but he only received a warning and a checkup without facing any consequences. In 2015, when the police arrested Michael, they met with him to discuss a matter but did not reveal the specific details. Michael remained calm and even joked with the officers, unaware that they were investigating the murder of Christie, for which they had a DNA match linking him to the crime. The police collected samples from him, claiming it was for another case, but their true aim was to confirm the DNA evidence. Throughout their interactions, Michael shared that he enjoyed riding motorcycles and often traveled far from his hometown. Investigators became suspicious that during his motorcycle trips, he might have passed through the suburbs where Christie lived. During one of these trips, it is possible that he noticed Christie walking alone, away from home. He might have followed her to the store and then ambushed her as she returned, attacking before she had a chance to react or scream. Tragically, she was beaten to death and abused. If the state attorney general hadn't initiated a new program to change the way DNA is collected, Christie's killer might have gone unpunished. When police uncovered the truth and charged Michael with Christie's murder, he was surprised but admitted his guilt, hoping for a lighter sentence through a plea bargain. Instead of facing life in prison, Michael was sentenced to 80 years, meaning his term will end in 2095. This is ironic because he was 64 at the time of his conviction, making it unlikely that he will live to see 144. Despite this sentencing, Christie's family had already accepted that they might never know what truly happened to their daughter. In the courtroom, Christie's mother, brother, and sister were visibly emotional. They shared with the jury that the most painful moments for them were the weddings and births that followed Christie's death. Although these events should have been fun, they turned bitter because Christie was no longer there to share the joy with them. Among those attending the trial was Dana Henry, who was still reeling from the fallout of being wrongfully accused. He wanted to confront the man who had committed the brutal crime for which he had been blamed. Dana maintained that his life had been ruined and blamed the justice system for Christie's murder, demanding compensation. He felt deeply aggrieved that he had never even received an apology from the authorities who had subjected him to harsh treatment in a cell. The only physical reminder of Christie that remained with her family was a piece of her communion dress, which her sister wore as a wedding brooch. She stated that she would never forget Christie and would always keep her memory alive. Sarah grew up in Florida in a family with 7 children. She dedicated her life to teaching elementary school and, inspired by her upbringing, wanted to build a strong family of her own. Sarah was naturally sociable and cheerful. In 1981, she met her first husband on a beach in Atlanta, and they decided to move to Georgia together. He owned a fitness club, and Sarah worked as an aerobics instructor at his center. Unfortunately, their relationship faced challenges due to his infidelity, which led Sarah to file for divorce. Although Sarah's first marriage was unsuccessful, she still hopes and is determined to find a partner who shares her values about life and family. At the age of 31, in 1984, she saw Fred Tokars, a prosecutor, discussing a high-profile case on TV. At that time, Sarah was thriving as a marketing director, and she was so taken by his interview that she felt he was the one for her. Confidently, Sarah reached out to Fred, and they quickly clicked, becoming inseparable. Fred was captivated by Sarah's beauty and charm, and she soon wanted to start a family with him. They discovered many similarities between themselves, and Sarah felt that he embodied her father's qualities and her aspirations. Fred often described himself as a protector against evil, making life feel calm and secure. They married a year after they met, and shortly thereafter, Sarah discovered she was pregnant. Their first son, Ricky, was born, and Sarah initially continued working before becoming a full-time homemaker. 2 years later, their second son, Mike, was born. To accommodate their growing family, they purchased a large home in an upscale neighborhood. Fred established his own law practice and began teaching accounting and tax law at a law school. At this point, their sons Ricky and Mike were 4 and 6 years old. At first glance, the Tokars family appeared to be a typical, quiet household, until an incident unfolded in 1992. Sarah, a 39-year-old housewife, was actively involved in her children's education and attended church every Sunday. In November 1992, Sarah took her sons to visit family for Thanksgiving while her husband, Fred, had to work. They traveled to Bradenton, Florida, stopping in Tampa to pick Fred up from the airport, as he was scheduled to join them for a family gathering that weekend. Unfortunately, their return home took a tragic turn. On the evening of November 29, 1992, a man answered a knock at his door to find two young boys covered in something red. When they explained that their mother had been attacked, he found it hard to believe them. The older boy, 6-year-old Ricky, recounted the terrible events to the man and later to the police who arrived on the scene. The boys, Ricky and Mike, who are 4, had just come home with Sarah after a holiday visit. As they entered their dark house, they encountered an unfamiliar man with a weapon. He ordered them to return to the car and forced Sarah to drive, while the boys sat in the back and he sat in the front passenger seat. He threatened them and demanded that they leave town. Frightened, Sarah drove where the criminal directed, pleading with him to let her and the children go. She offered money and proposed giving him the car, but he ignored all her pleas. After they left the city, he ordered her to stop. Terrified, she refused to exit the car, and a struggle ensued during which the intruder attacked her in the head. Meanwhile, Mike had been sleeping and was unaware of the situation. The sound of the gunshot woke him, and he began to cry out of fear. According to Ricky, after attacking Sarah, the intruder simply got out of the car and left. The boys then sought help in the unfamiliar area, knocking on the door of a nearby man who called for assistance. Ricky recalled details about their mother's killer and provided a description to the investigators: a dark-skinned man in jeans, a sweatshirt, and a cap. Detectives went to the car where the crime had taken place, as described by Ricky. Unfortunately, the child's account proved accurate. The interior of the car was covered in blood, and there was vomit, belonging to the children, due to the horrific sight of their mother's murder. They were so traumatized that they vomited multiple times. However, when examining the car, no shell casings or useful evidence were found. The detectives decided to investigate the family home from which the attacker had taken Sarah and the boys. They noted that the front door to the main part of the house had been tampered with, and the security alarm was found to be off, despite signs of a break-in. However, some details didn't add up, raising suspicions that the crime scene might have been staged rather than simply motivated by burglary. Investigators quickly shifted their focus to Sarah's immediate family and proposed an initial theory. Fred Tokars, a lawyer, was suspected of being connected to his wife's murder. However, this was just one theory among many and did not yet have any supporting evidence. At the time of the incident, Fred was in Montgomery, Alabama, for a business trip. He hurried back to his hometown to be with his children and support them during this challenging time. He also agreed to talk with investigators. Initially, Fred did not raise any suspicions with the authorities. When he first heard about the incident, he was distraught, mumbling and sobbing on the phone, which made it hard for others to understand him. At the police station, he displayed similar grief, appearing visibly upset. He cooperated fully, assuring the police that he would do everything possible to help catch the culprit. He also agreed to show detectives around the house to point out any missing items or inconsistencies. The investigation led them to the basement, where Fred's home office and a safe were located. Fred reported that the safe in his home should have contained $1,000, but the money was now missing. He mentioned that only his wife, Sarah, knew the combination to the safe, which was well hidden in the house. Besides Fred and Sarah, no one else knew its location. He expressed uncertainty about whether the safe had been tampered with, speculating that Sarah might have taken the money for her own needs. Despite his willingness to help, the police found it odd that Fred seemed unaware of various details about his own house. For instance, he couldn't explain why the handle on the door between the garage and the main living areas was installed upside down. Fred justified this by saying he spent most of his time working or traveling for business, so he might not have been informed if Sarah made any changes or hired contractors. There was little concrete evidence to counter Fred's story. He appeared to be honest and cooperative, which did not raise immediate suspicions. Investigators then spoke with neighbors on the street. Several witnesses reported seeing a stranger, a black man, in the area shortly before the abduction, which aligned with the description given by 6-year-old Ricky. However, this information only confirmed what the child had said and did not lead to any new developments. The police interviewed Sarah's family, who provided important information. Sarah had been visiting her relatives when she received a call at 1:30 a.m. about a security alarm going off at her home. Another alarm went off at 7:30 a.m. After speaking with neighbors, who assured her everything appeared fine, she instructed the security company to turn off the alarm, thinking it was a malfunction. She and her children planned to leave her relative's house the next day around noon for a lengthy 9-hour drive home. Interestingly, on the same day, Fred called Sarah's father to inquire about their return. According to her father, Sarah and the children were expected home between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. She had promised to call her parents once they arrived, but by 11 p.m., there was still no call. When the tragic news emerged, some people found Fred's reaction to be excessive and peculiar. He was constantly crying and expressing a desire to see his mother, Norma, and even after she arrived, he could not be comforted. Many felt that someone like Fred, a respected lawyer and former prosecutor, could not possibly be involved in a crime. However, Sarah's sisters told the police a different story, one that changed the positive perception of him. They described Fred as having difficulty maintaining a good relationship with Sarah. He was often absent and not a good father. According to them, Sarah raised the children mainly on her own, and the family rarely ate dinner together. Although Fred often claimed to be working late, Sarah sometimes overheard women laughing in the background during his calls, leading her to suspect he was having an affair. Sarah's sisters shared that they felt Sarah's relationship with Fred began to decline after the birth of their first child. Sarah wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, but Fred insisted she keep working to help with household finances. He only permitted her to remain at home after her workplace closed down. The sisters didn't just visit the police station to tell stories. They revealed that about 3 years before Sarah's death, she had been gathering information about Fred. She shared this information with her younger sister, focusing on his financial dealings, as she grew increasingly worried about his new clients after he switched to private law practice. Sarah began to notice that Fred's relationships with clients seemed too personal. She suspected that he could be involved in crime and might cover up activities of trafficking prohibited substances in exchange for cash. From that point on, she no longer viewed Fred as a positive influence. He appeared to align himself with crime. After she left her job, he strictly controlled their finances, giving her only $400 a week for bills, groceries, and family needs. If something broke, Sarah had to ask for extra money, which Fred often denied, leaving repairs undone. Over time, their once beautiful home began to fall into disrepair because Fred refused to spend money on maintenance. Furthermore, she is not allowed access to her bank account and must ask Fred for permission for any spending. He tracks every penny she spends. Once a fashion lover who enjoyed looking good, she can now only wear her sister's second-hand clothes. Additionally, Fred prohibited her from going to his home office in the basement. He concealed his income and insisted they were financially struggling, despite Sarah's suspicions that this wasn't true. However, he didn't restrict his own spending. When it came to visiting his family in Florida, Sarah had to plead for a long time to get money for gas or hotel stays. Sometimes, Fred would allow her to visit her family but would refuse to go with her and their children, opting to fly separately while claiming he was too busy. 3 years before her death, Sarah's sisters revealed that she started contemplating divorce. She drafted and notarized a will for her sons, canceling all previous versions. She transferred her property to her children and designated her younger sister, Karen, as their official guardian if anything happened to her. Concerned about her son's future, Sarah believed that Fred was not fit to be a father and was unsuited for family life. In the time leading up to her death, Sarah reached out to a divorce lawyer to discuss Fred's instances of physical abuse. She confided in her sisters about the worsening situation. One day, after a violent incident where Fred had beaten her, she declined to meet with the lawyer because she didn't want to be seen in public with visible bruises. Then, someone else came along, Ralph Poma, a private investigator. Sarah wanted Ralph to gather evidence against Fred to help her win her case. She believed that Fred had threatened to take custody of their children if she divorced him, and his threat seemed credible, especially given his connections to law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, and the courts. At one point, Sarah took Ralph to Fred's office and asked him to retrieve files from Fred's computer to assist her case. However, Ralph declined, stating that obtaining that information would be illegal. During his investigation, Ralph learned that Fred had been involved in a brief affair with an unidentified woman, possibly a stripper. This woman later spoke to investigators and mentioned that Fred often rambled while drunk, expressing that his wife had become a significant problem and hinting that he wanted to get her out of the way. Although he did not provide specifics, this indicates that he might have had a motive to harm his wife, Sarah. Despite these findings, there was no direct evidence linking Fred to Sarah's murder. After a second round of questioning, the police released him due to a lack of concrete proof for charges. Nonetheless, he remained a primary suspect because of his apparent motive and opportunity. His skills as a lawyer, along with a competent defense attorney, allowed him to effectively evade police questioning. More evidence was deemed necessary. Fortunately, uncovering additional information was relatively straightforward. It was discovered that shortly before Sarah's death, Fred had taken out life insurance policies on both himself and Sarah, totaling nearly $1.7 million. This detail contributed to the circumstantial evidence against him, but it still wasn't enough to definitively connect him to the crime. Furthermore, according to the main prosecution witness, Ricky, the perpetrator had dark skin, while Fred had a lighter complexion. This inconsistency raised questions, though it remained possible that Fred used a disguise or hired someone to carry out the murder and mislead investigators. Investigators decided to review Fred's bank statements and discovered that he was using an offshore bank linked to money laundering. This revelation shocked the local community, as Fred was known as a prosecutor, lawyer, and part-time city judge. No one had suspected his involvement in such serious illegal activities. Sarah had documents showing Fred's participation in various criminal offenses, including financial fraud. She intended to use this information to pursue a divorce and gain custody of their children. However, this evidence did not demonstrate that Fred was a murderer or that he had hired someone to kill his wife. Detectives then learned about Fred's new business partner, Eddie Lawrence. Eddie bought a few small properties, renovated them and rented them out for profit. Despite this, he still struggled financially and continued to borrow money. Through these transactions, Eddie became connected to Fred and incurred debt to him, drawing the attention of investigators. A few days later, a confidential informant reached out to the police and said that Eddie was looking for a hitman, specifically someone named Curtis Rower, to commit a murder. When confronted, he denied any knowledge of Curtis. Nevertheless, the informant was deemed credible, leading to Eddie's arrest on December 16, 1982, without the option for bail. Following this, investigators intensified their search for Curtis and questioned Eddie again. Eddie, however, remained uncooperative with investigators. Eventually, on December 22, officers located Curtis hiding in an abandoned house. He had a history of minor crime convictions, including car theft and robbery, and was currently on probation for a recent similar offense. Curtis spoke to investigators and admitted that he was the one who took Sarah and the children out of town. However, he stated that he couldn't bring himself to kill her. Although he was hired as a hitman, he lacked the bravery to pull the trigger, as he had never killed anyone before. His past offenses had been minor, but now he faced serious charges, including aggravated kidnapping. Curtis disclosed that he didn't stop at a random location, he stopped where Eddie was waiting for them. Sarah recognized Eddie and tried to run him over with her car but failed. After that, she pushed Ricky to the ground to protect herself. Eddie's target was not the children, it was Sarah, and he attacked her. Eddie chose not to comment on Curtis's statement. Later, several witnesses came forward, describing Eddie as an addict with significant mental health issues. They reported that he bragged about having killed a woman. After this incident, Eddie agreed to a plea bargain. He had debts to Fred, who had hired him to find a killer. Fred promised to clear Eddie's debts and give him half of Sarah's life insurance policy. Eddie claimed he tried to talk Fred out of the plan, but when Fred paid him $25,000 up front, he felt he had no choice. Eddie organized a fake trip but stated that he did not want to kill anyone himself, so he hired Curtis for $5,000. Eddie maintained that he did not wait around or take part in the crime. Following this incident, Fred held a press conference in which he stated that he was not involved in his wife's death and claimed he was being slandered. He later closed his law practice, put the family home up for sale, and rented a garbage container to dispose of everything he didn't take with him. Fred collected his belongings and moved to Palm Beach with his mother. As stipulated in her will, Sarah's children were taken care of by her younger sister. Fred visited the children 2 or 3 times a month, meeting with Sarah's family. He insisted he was not involved in her death, but no one believed him. Eddie Lawrence accepted a plea bargain and was sentenced to 12 years in prison, on the condition that he testify against Curtis and Fred. The trial for Curtis Rover began, and thanks to his lawyer's strategies, he avoided the death penalty. Instead, he received a life sentence with the possibility of early conditional release. Curtis continued to insist that Eddie was in the car with him. Detectives then decided to arrest Fred. As he was with the children at the time, investigators pretended to be journalists to coax him out of the house. During the investigation, it was discovered that Fred had attempted to end his life shortly after learning of his wife's death. He insisted that it was a coincidence and not intentional, but the police were skeptical. They understood his attempt to end his life as a sign of guilt and believed he was involved in his wife's murder. On August 20, 1993, Fred was charged with being a lawyer for a group involved in the distribution of banned substances and money laundering through the clubs he owned with Eddie Lawrence. The money from these activities was funneled into offshore bank accounts. Fred maintained his innocence, claiming he had no involvement in illegal activities or in planning his wife's murder. In 1994, Fred was convicted of financial fraud and sentenced to life in prison. His trial for Sarah's murder did not occur until 1997, when the prosecutor sought the death penalty. Although Ricky did not testify against his father, previous statements he made were introduced in court. Fred's mother, Norma, tearfully urged the judge not to impose the death penalty, arguing that it would leave Ricky and Mike without any parents. Sarah's family shared the challenges Ricky faced. He sometimes feared returning home because he worried his grandparents might be dead and a killer might be inside. To ease his fears, adults had to accompany him to show that everything was fine before he could calm down. Ricky often had trouble sleeping, waking up in distress. When discussions about his mother arose, he would shut his eyes, cry, and cover his ears, begging others to stop talking, seemingly reliving the trauma of that night. Ultimately, Fred Tokars was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, concluding the family's quest for justice. After Fred was convicted of Sarah's murder, his sons never spoke to him again. Ricky grew up and worked in a medical organization, where he helped others. Fred's life ended tragically as well. In 2020, he died of natural causes in prison at the age of 67. His attorney reported that he had a neurological disease that contributed to his death. Coincidentally, Fred's 31-year-old son, Mike, also died from a similar disease that same year. Sarah Tokar's family was once warm and hopeful, but it collapsed due to a heartbreaking tragedy caused by the very person she trusted the most, her husband, Fred Tokars. Fred, a respected prosecutor and lawyer, hired a killer to end Sarah's life. This immense loss, along with the deaths of Fred and their son Mike, left Ricky as the sole survivor, bearing the burden of their shared past. This case not only shocked public opinion due to its level of brutality and surprise, but it also served as a profound warning. Sometimes, evil hides behind a facade of morality and power. It reminds us that true safety and happiness do not lie in external appearances but in honesty, respect, and genuine love within a family. There are individuals who should not be made fun of, as this can be dangerous for life. This is what happened in today's story. Todd Kohlhepp was born in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, USA, on March 7, 1971. When he was only 2 years old, his parents decided to divorce. He stayed to live with his mother. Sometime later his mother remarried. However, his relationship with his stepfather also developed very poorly. Todd always faced significant social difficulties. He could not fully communicate with his peers and other people. He viewed everyone he met as a potential rival. Even in kindergarten, he constantly argued with other children, frequently fought, and broke their belongings. Todd behaved aggressively in any situation, as if he were unable to control his emotions, including anger. At home, he was also unfriendly. From an early age, Todd began exhibiting a history of cruelty to animals. He killed a goldfish using bleach and shot a dog with an air rifle. His sadistic behavior became deeply ingrained in him. Even in his early school years, his mother moved to South Carolina with her new husband. She decided to divorce him in 1982. The very next year, she began a relationship with another man and married him. Todd was 12 years old at the time. Despite his young age, he became a source of conflict in the house almost daily. He was so uncontrollable, aggressive that his mother and stepfather feared for their lives. They placed him in a psychiatric clinic. However, this did not help much. Todd expressed dissatisfaction with living in South Carolina, stating that he wanted to move to live with his biological father, with whom he had not communicated or seen since the divorce. His father lived in Arizona. Perhaps Todd thought that moving would allow him to start anew and have a fresh perspective on life. After moving to Tempe, Arizona, it quickly became apparent that there would be no improvement in his behavior. His biological father described him as a person capable of feeling only anger. He also repeatedly ended up in psychiatric treatment. Despite all efforts, the situation only worsened. In November 1986, Todd's first serious crime. At that time, he was only 15 years old. One Saturday, he went outside and met a 14-year-old neighbor named Christy Granado. He tricked her, kidnapped her, then took her to his father's house, where he taped her mouth shut, tied her up, put a gun to her head, and abused her. The attack was unprovoked. He had barely communicated with the victim before, only exchanging greetings when they accidentally saw one another. After the attack, he threatened to kill Christy, shoot her siblings, and her entire family if she told anyone. Todd scared her so much that she genuinely wanted to remain silent. His cruel and manipulative personality was already formed by then. He was so confident in his own importance that he believed he could get away with any crime. Christy had no idea that her family was already worried and actively searching for her. Shortly before the attack, her parents had taught their children how to behave in an emergency. Christy's younger brother became worried when he couldn't find her at home and called the police. Fortunately, Todd released his victim. She returned home just as her brother was speaking with the patrol. Christy was forced to tell them what had happened. Todd Kohlhepp was arrested. From the very beginning, he showed absolutely no concern for his victim. He was only interested in how long he would go to prison. The lawyer defending him claimed that his client would not harm others in the future and that he had simply made a mistake. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison. During this time, he radically changed his behavior. His cruel nature was almost not evident. He was a model prisoner, but in reality, he was simply skillfully hiding his inner struggles and innate cruelty. In August 2001, Todd was released at the age of 30. He didn't waste his time in prison. He went to college to study computer technology. After his release from prison, he decided to return to South Carolina because he wanted to be with his mother. Now she can't refuse. While incarcerated, he seemed to have taken the path of correction and decided to reintegrate into society. To do this, he needed to find a decent job. However, he still struggled to get along with others and found it difficult to work in a team, so he decided to pursue freelance work, changing jobs frequently, mainly as a designer. 5 years after his release, in 2006, he applied for a real estate license in South Carolina. In response to this request, they informed him that they could not provide a license because he was registered as a criminal prone to abuse assault. It seemed that he had no chance to start his own business. However, he learned to hide his cruel nature very well. He became cunning and strategic. Todd scheduled a personal meeting to explain his situation in detail, downplaying the extent of his previous cruelty. He attributed everything to a simple misunderstanding with his girlfriend and his age, explaining that everything happened by mutual consent but that the girl was simply offended by him and decided to teach him a lesson. That was why he was put in prison. His plan worked. This lie allowed him to convince the licensing agency that it was merely a misunderstanding and that he wanted a second chance. By June 2006, Todd received a real estate agent's license. A criminal with a criminal record opened his own business and continued to lead the life of a respected model citizen who was simply deceived in his youth. His business developed and brought in a good income. Todd became wealthy and successful. Interestingly, at the same time, he became a passionate collector of weapons, acquiring many pistols and rifles. By his own admission, he inherited this passion from his father, who also collected such items. This interest was consistent with Todd's other hobbies. He loved everything that evoked associations with strength and power. He even obtained a pilot's license. He was fond of motorcycles and fast cars. Outwardly, he appeared to be a successful person with a very charismatic and strong character. Todd was not the only successful person in the city. In November 2003, 30-year-old Scott Ponder opened a motorcycle dealership, assisted in this business by his 52-year-old mother, Beverly Guy, who worked alongside him. Scott, like Todd, had a passion for this type of transport, and this business became a dream come true for him. He was running a thriving enterprise. Todd often dropped in to admire the bikes and bought several. Scott's bride, Melissa, moved in with him in 2002. They got married in January 2003, and in November of that year, his wife found out she was pregnant. They were about to have their first child and seemed like a happy couple going through the best period of their lives. However, the Ponders had no idea how dramatically everything could change in just a few days. On November 6, 2003, Scott and his wife, as usual, went to his dealership. His wife dropped him off in the parking lot. They made eye contact as she drove by, and Scott blew her a kiss. Melissa headed to the medical center for her first ultrasound. It was such an important and exciting event for her, but her husband Scott was unable to accompany her, although he hoped to see and hear his baby's heartbeat. Melissa waited for her husband to return home to tell her how everything went and what the doctor said. But instead, at 3 p.m., Melissa received a call from an employee of the center, who reported the news of a shooting at the bike shop. Melissa was on the other side of town but dropped everything and rushed there. There was a lot of commotion at the scene. About 10 police cars had gathered, the road was blocked, and they wouldn't let Melissa's in, even when she told them her husband Scott was there. Within a couple of minutes of arriving, Melissa was informed that her husband had been shot during a robbery at the dealership. She didn't understand what was happening and wanted to contact her husband's mother, who was also working that day. It turned out that Beverly had also been attacked. A total of 4 people died in the massacre. The third victim was 29-year-old Brian Lucas, and the fourth had not yet been identified at the time of Melissa's arrival. It was later discovered that he was a 26-year-old mechanic named Chris Sherbert who worked at the dealership. All the victims were attacked in cold blood at point-blank range, but the identity of the killer remained unknown at that time. In that moment, Melissa's world collapsed. She was left without the support of her husband and his mother. The family business was also under threat. Despite all the difficulties that had befallen Melissa, she managed to pull herself together and cope with the challenges. 7 months later, in June 2004, Melissa gave birth to a boy whom she named Scott Jr. in honor of her deceased husband. All this time, she desperately wanted to know who had taken her loving husband from her and their child. Law enforcement officers continued to investigate the high-profile murders. Based on the degree of cruelty, it was believed that the perpetrator must have known the victims personally and had a strong motive, but there were no specific suspects. Detectives analyzed connections in the business of relatives and friends of the victims, but the likely perpetrator could not be identified. Nothing was stolen from the shop, and all witnesses to the crime were murdered. The cameras at the dealership were not working that day. Finally, towards the end of 2004, unexpected progress was made. Melissa was called to the station, expecting detectives to report that they knew the perpetrator's name. Instead, she found herself in an interrogation room. Detectives explained that she had accidentally left her son Scott Jr.'s diaper at the dealership a few months earlier. The police compared the boy's DNA with the materials found at the crime scene, and it turned out that they did not match the samples of her deceased husband. This led to the assumption that Melissa had given birth to a child not from her husband but from her lover, which meant she had a motive to get rid of him. Melissa was so stunned by the fact that she had gone from being a victim to the main suspect that she even offered to exhume her husband's body. She was convinced that only he could be the father of their child, and this should prove her innocence. Melissa was so convincing that the police decided to check everything again. It turned out that they had indeed made a mistake. The test tubes with the materials from Scott and Brian, whose DNA was collected at the motorcycle shop, had been incorrectly labeled, so the results did not match. Melissa's son was, in fact, Scott's. Although the police admitted their mistake, the damage to Melissa's reputation was enormous. The local community closely followed the events surrounding the bloody massacre at the motorcycle shop. Many eagerly picked up on new rumors regarding Melissa's alleged lover, and gossip quickly spread throughout the area. People began to look askance at her, whisper about her supposed infidelities. Everyone avoided her and her son. All of this finally broke Melissa's spirit. Melissa did not want this to affect her child's relationships with other children in kindergarten and school. When she became a suspect, caused serious damage to her reputation. Now, she decided that the only way to start all over again was to return to her small homeland. Meanwhile, the detectives again found themselves at a dead end. There was no suspect in the shooting, and the crime remained unsolved for over a decade. It was believed that the attack on the center could have been carried out by a disgruntled employee or client who simply vented his anger in such an extreme way. However, none of the employees were prone to conflicts. Scott created a very comfortable environment there. They could not find any suspicious disgruntled clients. It was simply impossible to understand the motive of the attacker. During this period, Todd, on the contrary, flourished. He honed his skills, crafted his career, and became one of the best real estate agents in Spartanburg, South Carolina. This continued until 2015. Now, the 44-year-old realtor had purchased a huge plot of land in Woodruff. It seemed that he was going to build a solid house, which is why he bought such a large plot. After the purchase, he ordered local hunters to stay away from his land. He truly intended to radically transform this place, but not quite in the way many imagined. On December 22, 2015, 29-year-old Johnny Joe Coxey and his 25-year-old wife, Megan Lee McCraw Coxey, were reported missing. They were a newlywed couple who, unlike other successful individuals in this story, had experienced many problems. In the past, both had suffered from addiction to illegal substances. They had a child who was taken away by social services. Law enforcement officers searched the troubled couple, but to no avail. Even an analysis of their mobile phones did not yield any results. It was probable that their means of communication were not working, and they had practically no relatives or close friends who would care about them. Therefore, the missing persons report was received quite late. No one particularly pressured the police to look for them. There were no volunteers to form search teams for Johnny and Megan. The police had few resources, so the search was very sluggish. There were no leads. The investigation reached a dead end, and everyone calmed down. They simply stopped looking for them. On September 4, 2016, a police officer, the father of the Carver family, called the station and reported that his 32-year-old son, Charles David Carver, was missing. He had a great relationship with his son. They communicated daily using phone calls and instant messengers. As a rule, they talked about their lives and sports. The last message that he received from his son was about football. The silence lasted too long. The complete lack of activity from his son was very alarming because this had never happened before. The Carvers tried to find out the fate of Charles, but it turned out that he was not the only one missing. His new girlfriend, named Carla Brown, had also disappeared. Just 5 days after meeting for the first time at Walmart, both went missing. They were not dependent people and had no problems. A spontaneous escape was ruled out as it would have been pointless. The police began checking the mobile phone data of Charles and Carla. At the end of August, Charles and Carla had been contacted by a realtor. He was familiar with Charles and communicated with him periodically through pages on social networks. Before that, he had already offered work on his site. This time, he did the same. However, there were no more leads. Initially, this contact was simply discarded, but the days of searching turned into weeks. No information about the young couple appeared, so more thorough checks began. This was largely due to the activity of the families of the missing couple. Until October 2016, it seemed like another dead end. Finally, detectives analyzed the location data from the mobile phones of Charles and Carla. It turned out that the last time they were active was not far from Todd's territory, where he had invited they to work, making the situation appear suspicious. So, 2 months after the disappearances of Charles and Carla, on November 3, 2016, the police went to Todd's property. One group went to his house, which was located on one part of his large plot of land, while the second group quickly located a metal storage container standing alone in a remote area, which was not visible from the road. Its green color blended with the foliage, rendering the container inconspicuous. After listening, the officers realized that someone alive was inside the container. It took a considerable amount of time to open all the locks and cut the chains blocking the entrance. When law enforcement officers finally entered the container, they found Carla chained inside, exhausted, emaciated, but alive. Charles was not visible. She quickly explained that he had died long ago. According to her, when Todd offered her and her boyfriend a part-time job then brought them to his property, he attacked them as soon as they got out of the car. He attacked Charles 3 times in the chest, and Charles died instantly. Todd then chained Carla and left her in the container, where she spent 2 months. When Todd was informed that a captive had been found on his land, he feigned surprise and tried to deny everything. However, this was futile because the victim of his torture detailed that it was he who had attacked them. Kala Brown was rescued after 65 days in captivity. She said that Todd abused her twice a day. He was very cruel, often torturing and treating her like his possession. Kala endured all this because she was afraid to resist, simply hoped that they were looking for her and would soon find her, as happened. Kala was sure that if she had resisted, she would have been killed just like her boyfriend. Inspecting the area around the container, the police discovered 3 shallow graves. In one was Charles's body, and in the other 2 were additional bodies, all of whom were dressed. Kala had no idea about the other victims. Only an analysis of dental records confirmed that these were Megan and Johnny, who had disappeared a year ago. They could not find a motive for the kidnappings and torture, as there was no connection between the victims. They did not even know each other. Only the criminal himself could solve this mystery. Todd Kohlhepp was arrested and put behind bars. During the very first interrogation, law enforcement officers tried to extract details of the crimes committed and get him to confess. It turned out that Todd genuinely wanted to cooperate with the authorities, but instead of discussing the bodies and the living girl found on his land, he began to recount a different story. With genuine pride, Todd told the story of a shooting that had occurred 13 years ago. He admitted that he loved motorcycles and often stopped by the dealership where Scott worked with his family. Scott had come to know him well due to his frequent visits. Todd bought a motorcycle there, which he later disliked, and began to consider other options for motorcycles for a long time. Eventually, he decided to return his motorcycle, but Scott refused to take it back and even laughed at him, which greatly angered Todd. Although he did not show his anger, resentment was building inside him. At some point, he decided to visit the shop to take revenge. On November 6, 2003, he went to the showroom as usual, walked between the rows of motorcycles, waiting until no customers were left. Then, he pulled out a gun and began attacking the employees in cold blood. The last ones were Brian and Scott, who managed to react and tried to run, but Todd's bullets caught up with them right outside the front door. After this, Todd was able to escape, which made him feel invincible, exacerbating the situation. He was thirsty for blood, and new crimes were only a matter of time. When discussing the attacking in the motorcycle store, he showed no signs of regret. On the contrary, he appeared proud of his actions. Like many serial criminals, he wanted to impress others. For him, the murders became a way to seek attention. After all these revelations, detectives contacted Melissa, Scott's widow. After 13 years, they finally managed to understand what had happened at the family dealership and who was behind the attacking. Most of all, she was struck by the impotence of the authorities, as the detectives had even tried to accuse her at one point but could not take action until blood was spilled again. If the police had not visited Todd's land in search of Charles and his girlfriend, the shooting case might never have been revealed. During interrogations, Todd cannot be silenced. He began to describe with pleasure the details of other crimes, including the murder of newlyweds. The last place where Johnny and Megan saw each other alive was on Todd's property. He also offered them work on the site. Naturally, they experiencing financial difficulties, eagerly accepted. Todd did not deal with them immediately. Instead, he lulled their guard by offering them simple work for good pay. He simply took advantage of the situation so they would do more work on the site. However, after their first encounter with him, they was doomed. Initially, he scrutinized them and quickly realized they were the ideal victims that no one would search for. As it turned out, on December 19, 2015, Todd, who had already built trust, invited they back to his property to clear away some rubble. He personally took them and drove to a distant part of his land. As soon as they both got out of the car, the first thing he did was attack Johnny. Johnny died instantly, leaving his wife in shock, waiting for her own fate. However, Todd did not want to kill her immediately, just as he had with Kala. There was a large metal container used as a mobile warehouse on the property. Now it had become a torture chamber for Megan. She spent about a week there, repeatedly trying to escape, even setting fires to it. He admitted that she behaved like a wild animal trapped in a cage, creating too many problems, prompting him to get rid of her. He attacked her in cold blood in the back of the head. Unlike her, Kala proved to be obedient, which ultimately saved her life. Next to the container, which served as an improvised prison, was already Johnny's grave. He dug another hole in which he buried Megan. After that, he returned to his work as a real estate agent and acted as if nothing had happened, all while searching for a new victim for his torture. Following Todd's confessions, the list of his crimes included at least 7 murders and the kidnapping. Naturally, investigations and trials for all incidents would require significant time and resources. Therefore, Todd was offered life in prison instead of the death penalty if he formally pleaded guilty to all charges. Todd accepted the offer. On May 26, 2017, Todd Kohlhepp pleaded guilty to 7 counts of murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of abuse assault. He was sentenced to 7 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. In July 2019, the victims of Todd's crimes participated in civil and wrongful death hearings aiming to receive compensation from the company owned by Todd. Kala described in detail her experience in that ill-fated container, recounting the constant violence and pain she endured. While Kala shared her story, Todd listened attentively without showing any emotion. She did not take her eyes off him. This was a significant moment of revelation for her. After Kala finished telling her story, Todd's lawyer asked how much compensation she wanted, but she could not name a specific figure. She didn't care about that. Her main goal was to see the criminal, look him in the eye, and overcome her fears. Kala understood that no amount of money could bring back the lives lost or restore the 2 months of freedom that were stolen from her through torture. Following this, there were hearings initiated by the family of Scott Ponder. His widow, Melissa, also described in detail the pain she experienced due to her husband's death, including what it was like to raise their son without a father. The most powerful moment in this process occurred when the child, who had just turned 13, bravely walked past the killer, looked him straight in the eyes, and said that he forgave him. Melissa was proud of her son, believing that if his father had survived, he would have definitely appreciated such an act. The child demonstrated an extraordinary strength and maturity for his age. In August 2020, Todd's property was sold at auction, and the proceeds were transferred to the families of the victims. The story of the serial killer did not end there. Since then, he has repeatedly claimed that there were more victims, mentioning at least 2 additional murders. However, he has consistently avoided providing details. The identities of these possible victims and their bodies have not yet been found. The investigation remains ongoing. Police believe that he may have used his job as a realtor to gain access to people, breaking into their homes to commit crimes. However, there has been no confirmation of these theories. Acquaintances described Todd in various ways. One client who sold him a house remembered him as an extremely sociable person and a professional in his field, although he often talked about firearms and flirted with her. Another employee described Todd as hot-tempered and aggressive, unable to control himself. A colleague noted that he frequently watched adult films even while at work. It was reported that he often visited a restaurant where he pestered waitresses. It turned out that one of his victims, Megan, worked at that establishment. This may have been how he met her. Todd posted disturbing reviews on a marketplace. For instance, in a review of a folding shovel, he advised keeping it in the car in case one needed to bury bodies and had forgotten the regular shovel at home. In another review, he mentioned a knife, stating that he hadn't stabbed anyone with it yet but hoped to do so with such a high-quality tool. In a review of a padlock, he wrote, "Reliable locks, there should be 5 of them on the container to protect against escape." These reviews sounded ominous at the time, but no one paid attention to them. Throughout this period, not only Todd was accused, but also his friend, Dustin Lawson, who was considered an accomplice. Despite knowing Todd's criminal background, from 2012 to 2016, Lawson purchased at least 12 guns and 5 silencers for him. As it turned out, it was thanks to Lawson that a substantial collection of firearms was amassed, which was used for the murders. In 2018, Lawson pleaded guilty to 36 charges related to these transactions and received a total sentence of 8 years and 3 months in prison. Dustin Lawson was released on November 13, 2023, while Todd Kohlhepp remains behind bars and is not expected to be released. Monday, May 5, 1997, was a public holiday. Schools were closed, and the children were not studying. It was cool and raining that day. Despite this, Jamie Lavis and his brother decided to go outside to play with other children. They lived in a quiet and peaceful suburb, in an area of Manchester called Openshaw, UK, where everyone knew each other well, so their parents did not worry about their safety, only occasionally glanced at them from the window. The brothers were almost unrestricted in their movements along the nearby street, where there was a supermarket, a bus stop, and several friends lived. Therefore, for several hours, no one suspected anything until Jamie's 11-year-old brother came home for afternoon tea without Jamie. His older brother said that they had warmed up in the shop while choosing sweets in the morning. However, at that time, no one was worried about Jamie. He was a mischievous child who could go out alone without his brother, but he always returned home in the evening because he was afraid of the dark. His mother, Karen, was sure that her son had met one of his friends, got carried away playing, and would return a little later. But when it began to get dark and the family gathered at the table for dinner, Jamie was still not there, which looked strange. Then, Karen sent one of her older daughters to look for Jamie, but the 12-year-old sister returned empty-handed. By the time Karen started to worry, her husband, John, returned home. He reassured her, saying that Jamie had most likely stayed with friends and would be back soon. Another hour passed, but the situation had not changed. Then the boy's parents went to look for him on their own. It was already completely dark. They checked the places he most often visited and played with friends, visiting several acquaintances, but they found no trace of Jamie. Around 10 p.m., Jamie's parents decided to go to the police and report that their 8-year-old son was missing. 2 days earlier, on Saturday, May 3rd, Jamie had also run away. He had returned unannounced late in the evening with pockets full of sweets. Jamie had also missed dinner that time, which had scared his family. Because of this, Jamie's father had punished him, but the boy did not want to stay home all day, so he had run away again on Sunday. However, his parents quickly caught him, brought him home, and the punishment was decided to be cancelled. Some of the boy's friends said that he did not want to return home after that incident because he was afraid of being grounded. Therefore, it seemed that Jamie was just outside somewhere, fearing punishment from his parents. The police began searching for him along the narrow streets of Openshaw. At that time, it was one of the poorest areas of Manchester, characterized by tangled streets, dense development, and a large number of abandoned houses and factories. Therefore, Jamie had many options for where to hide. Naturally, this also created an additional danger, as the buildings were often used by criminals to hide. The sheer number of abandoned buildings meant that the authorities faced a difficult and large-scale task in finding Jamie, which required a lot of time. After examining several dozen empty buildings and houses over the following days, it was decided to hold a press conference via television to inform the public about the disappearance of Jamie. Jamie's relatives still hoped that the child had simply run away, fearing punishment. The press conference was also attended by Karen, who begged her son to return home and promised that he would not get into any trouble. However, this did not help in any way. Days passed without any new information about Jamie. The city police involved more officers in the search operation, including specially trained dogs. The area was inspected with the help of a helicopter, and a team of divers explored the river flowing through Manchester. This search and rescue operation became the largest in the city, and information about it became widely known among locals due to the media's activity. Many volunteers joined the search. Crowds of concerned citizens took to the streets and tried to help find Jamie. However, the information did not provide any new clues. Jamie's disappearance was a significant blow to the Lavis family. His father even quit his job at Manchester Airport to devote more time to searching for his son. His mother also could not work full-time and spent all her free time searching for her son, just like the other adult children in the family. This significantly affected the financial situation of the Lavis, which was already modest. Jamie's older sister, who was 15 at the time, dropped out of school to look after the family's 3 youngest children, cook, and clean the house. The family's efforts were rewarded. They managed to find out that on the day of Jamie's disappearance, he was seen boarding city bus number 219. He was traveling from the city center towards a neighboring suburb called Ashton-under-Lyne. This sounded plausible, as Jamie loved buses and even dreamed of becoming a driver. Now it was time to find out what happened to Jamie afterward. Having learned about route number 219, Jamie's 15-year-old sister, who was also participating in the search with the rest of the family, went to the bus station to talk to several drivers at once. That's how she met a man named Darren Vickers. He admitted that on May 5th, he was driving that same bus, number 219, and saw a boy who, according to the description, looked very similar to Jamie. He was dressed in a dark blue tracksuit and boarded the bus at about 10:30 a.m. The time and description matched, and the information about his clothes had not been openly distributed, so she believed Darren. However, there were some oddities. Darren said that the boy introduced himself as Dale, and it was unclear why the child hid his real name. According to the driver, Jamie rode the bus all day because he had an unlimited travel pass that allowed him to make an unlimited number of trips throughout the city. The boy sat in the front part behind the driver, mostly silently looking out the window, sometimes chatting with the driver and some of the other passengers. According to Darren, at the final station, Ashton-under-Lyne, Jamie got on another bus that was going back to the city center. Then Darren saw him again. After making several trips back and forth, Jamie again found himself on Darren's bus. Darren asked him why he had been doing this all day and not going home. Jamie replied that he had nothing to do on his day off and had an unlimited travel pass, so he just decided to ride. Darren didn't see a problem with his desire and did not kick him off the bus. Several regular passengers on the route also confirmed that they had seen Jamie on the bus that day. After speaking with Jamie's sister, Darren Vickers said he would call the police to pass on this information. He later visited Jamie's parents at their home to tell them all this in person. He seemed very concerned, wanted to help in the search for Jamie and participated in disseminating information. During the entire search and rescue operation, the police station received about 300 statements from various residents of the city. All these requests were checked, but only 3 of them turned out to be true. At the same time, none of the sightings of Jamie occurred after Monday, May 5th, which confirmed the worst fears of the authorities. By mid-June, more than a month had passed since Jamie's disappearance. By this time, the police were able to obtain recordings from CCTV cameras located on some streets of the city, particularly at key points on bus route 219. This allowed them to partially confirm Darren Vickers' statements. On May 5th, Jamie wandered around the Ashton-under-Lyne bus station. He then boarded another bus at a different terminus. He made several trips back and forth. He was last seen on tape boarding the 219 bus heading towards Manchester. Grainy footage of Jamie was shown to the public. It was expected that witnesses would come forward who might provide clues about Jamie's subsequent movements. Jamie's disappearance shook the public. The police were sure that they were not dealing with a kidnapping or disappearance but with murder, because too much time had passed to consider Jamie alive. Only his parents still retained hope for their son's safe return home. Karen and John continued to speak at press conferences in the hope of reaching more potential witnesses. During this time, they continued to go out every day and night to search and comb new areas of the city as well as the territory outside of it. Unfortunately, they were still unable to find any trace of their son. Almost 2 months passed, and on Tuesday, June 24, 1997, an anonymous report was received at the police station from an unknown man. A witness reported that the boy was buried in a shallow grave in a 190-acre wetland a few miles from his home. On June 27, more than 100 police officers, along with dogs and divers, began combing the area. They moved in lines, probed the ground, examined the dense underbrush, and used thermal imaging equipment in the hope of finding at least some human remains. The search continued until Monday but yielded no results. During this period, the only suspect the police had was the driver of bus 219, Darren Vickers. After Jamie's disappearance, he became unusually close to the Lavis family. As soon as the sister of Jamie spoke to him, he personally approached them with an offer to help. John and Karen readily accepted his offer. They were desperate to do anything to find their son and welcomed the help of Darren. However, the police found his behavior suspicious. Darren Vickers was 27 years old. He was married and had 4 children, but even his family noticed his excessive passion for searching for Jamie. He began to spend most of his time searching and paid almost no attention to his household. He did not just comb the streets with other volunteers and Jamie's family, he even lent Jamie's mother and father his car so they could inspect areas far from home. By doing this, they were able to explore territories up to 20 kilometers away. When the parents of Jamie first heard that their son was most likely dead, they were so devastated that they could not participate in press conferences. Darren supported them, assured them that Jamie was alive and would return soon. He even took their place at the press conference, addressing the public in newspapers and on television while holding a photo of Jamie to begging for help. He became so close to the Lavis family that Jamie's parents described him as a member of the family and the strongest support in their search. From the outside, it all looked very strange. In the first days of the investigation, Darren was the prime suspect. He was arrested, interrogated, and held at the station for a total of 24 hours, but no evidence of his guilt could be found. The Lavis family was very happy when they learned that Darren was being released. John and Karen was sure that such a sympathetic person could not have been involved in the disappearance of their son and criticized the police while he was in custody for interrogation. However, law enforcement officers were not ready to write him off. A warrant was obtained to search Darren's car. Nothing was found in his house, but a bloodstain was discovered on the back seat of the car. DNA samples were collected in the same manner as from the Lavis family, but it was later found that this blood was associated with an accidental nosebleed in one of Darren's children. However, the close scrutiny from the police caused him great harm. The searches became a serious emotional test for him. He took sick leave, could not work, and eventually quit altogether. His relationship with his wife significantly worsened, and they separated. After his wife kicked Darren out of the house, Jamie's parents willingly took him in. They treated him with such respect that they allowed him to occupy the marital bedroom while they slept on the couch in the living room. Darren brought them food, looked after the children, and helped them with everything. They became so close during this period. After, Darren responded directly to several print publications and on television. He insisted that it was only thanks to his statements about Jamie that the police had any leads in their search. Despite the active support of the Lavis family, detectives had serious concerns about Darren, and none of them were accidental. When the main suspect first met the sister of Jamie, he promised to go to the police station but never did. Law enforcement officers themselves visited him only a week later when they learned about him from other witnesses. These same people also reported other disturbing information that contradicted Darren's story. While he claimed that Jamie sat on the bus the entire time and looked out the window, the passengers saw how Jamie actually acted as the driver's trusted person, running around the cabin, handing over payments and tickets for travel. Jamie sat in Darren's arms, while Darren stroked the boy's head and even gave him money for soda. The two behaved like very close individuals, so much so that some passengers thought Jamie and Darren were father and son. Furthermore, Darren initially claimed that Jamie had an unlimited travel pass, but the police knew that only adults could obtain such a pass. Even more disturbing were the recordings from the CCTV cameras. The footage taken at the bus stop captured not just one Jamie waiting for the bus. In fact, Darren approached him and ruffled Jamie's hair before getting on his bus, after which Jamie immediately followed him. Darren did not disclose this information to the detective, which made his concealment look more than suspicious. Another crucial fact that Darren hid was that Jamie not only rode between the final stops several times but was also on the bus for 6 hours until the very end of his shift. All these stories were confirmed only during lengthy interrogations. According to Darren, in the evening, he offered Jamie a ride home, but Jamie said that he did not want to go home because his parents could punish him. Thus, Darren dropped him off at his grandmother's house a few blocks from the Lavis and then drove home. Darren insisted that he lied because he was under suspicion and had no idea what happened to Jamie next. Detectives believed he was lying again. It was revealed that Darren was an officially convicted child molester. It was believed that on May 5, 1997, Jamie attracted the attention of child abuse Darren when he boarded the bus alone. Jamie loved this mode of transportation, making it easy for Darren to deceive him and gain his trust. Additionally, Jamie was upset with his family, was in no hurry to return home, and even thought about running away, which made him an ideal target for an attack. After the end of his work shift, Jamie was kidnapped by the driver. It was presumed that he was subsequently abused and murdered. Naturally, Darren denied everything. Instead of going to the police as he had promised, he went straight to Jamie's family and positioned himself as an indispensable assistant to John and Karen. It was believed that in doing so, he manipulated the family into staying informed about the investigation's progress and avoiding suspicion. This fixated interest in Jamie and his family became so consuming. Throughout the search operations, the police station continued to receive reports of places where Jamie had been seen. Very often, when detectives arrived at such calls, Darren and Karen were already there. It seemed strange how they managed to arrive at calls faster than the police. Later, detectives discovered that Darren had bought a police scanner and was constantly listening to law enforcement broadcasts. His active participation was a way to convince the Lavis family and investigators that he was not involved in Jamie's disappearance and death. Finally, by September 1997, 4 months after the disappearance, detectives completely shifted their attention to Darren. 3 of the man's closest friends, as well as his mother, sister, and ex-wife, were also detained. All were interrogated under the assumption that they could be involved in Jamie's disappearance. However, a few days after the interrogations, everyone was released because the suspicion of their complicity could not be confirmed. Since Jamie Lavis' disappearance on May 5, 1997, searches have been relentless across Openshaw and the surrounding areas of Manchester. Greater Manchester Police, working with local volunteers, regularly combed narrow streets, abandoned buildings, and vacant lots where Jamie might have been hiding or in danger. Patrols periodically checked the banks of the River Medlock and public areas such as parks, while appeals were made in the local media to encourage residents to come forward with clues. The Lavis family, along with many neighbors, joined search parties, hung posters, and went door to door asking questions, holding out hope that Jamie was simply hiding somewhere. These efforts, while not immediately successful, maintained public interest and strengthened the resolve to find the boy until new leads emerged in the autumn. Around the same time, several teenagers approached detectives with new disturbing information. They said that a stranger had caught them on the street and taken them to Reddish Vale Park, near Manchester. He had attracted their attention by showing them a photograph of Jamie Lavis. He claimed to be a law enforcement officer and began luring the teenagers into the thicket under the pretext of identifying Jamie's body, saying he believed he had found Jamie. The teenagers saw nothing and did not believe the stranger from the start. He continued to lead them into the open area until they were too scared and ran away. They did not contact the police immediately because they could not identify the man. But a few days later, they were watching TV and recognized a bus driver named Darren Vickers, who continued to participate in press conferences. The teenagers identified him as the man who had tried to lead them into the forest. The police needed at least some pretext to arrest him. After checking, they managed to find several serious traffic violations, as well as forged documents, which provided grounds for detention for up to 3 months. After receiving the teenager's statement, enough circumstantial evidence accumulated to bring charges. Therefore, in mid-October, Darren Vickers was arrested for the second time. A thorough search of the Reddish Vale Park area was organized. With the help of those same teenagers who contacted the police, the route that Darren had led them was traced. They indicated a particularly overgrown area with a large number of trees and very tall, dense bushes that were difficult to navigate. In a remote part of the area, a dark blue tracksuit was found under a tarpaulin, matching the description of the clothes Jamie was wearing on the day of his disappearance. When forensic experts examined the items found, a lower part of the jawbone fell out of the jacket. Law enforcement officers then returned to the area, where more bones were found scattered over a large area around the place where the clothes had been discovered. The skull and limbs were never found, but thanks to DNA analysis and dental records matching the lower jaw, it was possible to identify the remains. The bones belonged to the missing 8-year-old Jamie Lavis. By that time, the remains had almost completely decomposed. Only a part of the bones remained, which showed traces of having been dragged away and gnawed by wild animals. Considering their poor condition and the fact that not all parts were found, it was not possible to establish the exact cause of Jamie's death. The fact that the body was found without clothes probably indicates that the victim was abused before his death. Police speculated that after the murder, Darren had dismembered his victim and scattered the remains over a large area to avoid detection. It was assumed that Darren repeatedly visited this area because he liked to relive the crime in his mind. When Jamie's mother and father were informed that their child had been found and that Darren was the killer, they refused to believe it. Despite the fact that Karen identified the clothing and dental records, it took months for them to accept the harsh reality. The detectives seriously believed that in fact, Darren Vickers had not only gotten close to the family to protect himself from authorities, but he was also prepared to strike again, likely targeting Jamie's brother, in order to kidnap and abuse him. He paid special attention to Jamie's brother when he was in the Lavis house during the search. Darren bought expensive gifts for Jamie's brother, including a bicycle and sneakers. Jamie's brother himself told investigators that Darren had repeatedly taken him on the bus during the search for Jamie before his dismissal. Once, Darren even took him to that same Reddish Vale Park and led him to the place where Jamie's body was later found. Jamie's brother was likely on the verge of death at that moment. As soon as all these facts were revealed, Darren Vickers was accused of killing Jamie Lavis. While in prison, he wrote a 15-page statement confessing to the crime. According to him, when he was driving Jamie home, he accidentally swerved the bus and hit the curb. Jamie fell and hit his head multiple times, after which he did not regain consciousness. Darren decided he had attempted to hide the body, eventually discarding it in the park. He labeled the incident as an accident and denied any intention of murder. However, they did not believe him. After all, if it had been an accident, why didn't he just go to the police? Why was it necessary to dismember Jamie's body? A man with a dark past related to violence against children was clearly trying to hide something in this way. Later, Darren retracted his confession and claimed that he was not involved in Jamie's death. The trial was scheduled for March of 1999. Darren attributed his confession to pressure from the authorities. A new version was presented before the jury, where Darren accused Jamie's father of murder, insisting that John was prone to violence. Furthermore, during the trial, Darren began to claim that he had repeatedly had intimate relations with Jamie's mother and even insisted that her baby was his and not John's. She denied this. A DNA test was conducted which confirmed that the father of the child was John, not Darren. However, journalists eagerly picked up on these statements and spread the information, undermining the trust of the Lavis family. Local residents became wary of their family. This was Darren's biggest blow to the family that had trusted him. The lie provoked the emergence of new unpleasant rumors suggesting that Karen had slept with her son's killer and was possibly involved in the crime. Jamie's father also tried to refute the lie, stating that he had never been cruel to his children and could not have killed his son. In any case, all this caused great damage to the Lavis family, adding to their emotional traumas. After a 2-day deliberation, Darren Vickers was found guilty of murdering Jamie Lavis. He was sentenced to life imprisonment and also received 4 additional years for kidnapping. At the same time, the court retained the right for Darren to apply for parole after 25 years in prison. Until the end of the trial, Darren did not admit his guilt. However, less than 24 hours after the sentencing began, he requested to speak with the lead investigator in the case. The detective arrived in his cell. Here, through tears, he confessed to kidnapping Jamie and abusing Jamie on the bus. Darren acknowledged that he had slandered Jamie's mother and father. Now he expressed regret, apologized to the family, and wanted them to find peace after his confession. Darren then attempted to appeal his sentence twice, but both times were unsuccessful. His first attempt for conditional early release occurred in February 2023 when he was 56 years old. However, the commission decided that he would always pose a danger to children, so they recommended against releasing him. Nevertheless, Darren will have many more attempts. Whether the authorities will be able to keep such a dangerous criminal behind bars forever is unknown. The Jamie Lavis case is a heartbreaking tragedy that has not only claimed the life of an 8-year-old boy, but has left a deep wound in the Lavis family and the Openshaw community. Darren Vickers' manipulative and cruel actions have destroyed trust and exploited the kindness of a family desperate to find their son. Although justice has been served with a life sentence, the trauma Jamie's family has endured will never be erased. This story serves as a warning of the dangers lurking within society and highlights the importance of vigilance and the ongoing effort to protect the most vulnerable. Hopefully, in time, the Lavis family will find some peace amid their irreparable loss. Tracy Ocasio was born in 1982 in Ocoee, Florida, to Elizabeth and Joe Ocasio. From a young age, she shared a close bond with her father and was affectionately known as a daddy's girl. She is ambitious and curious, dreams of becoming a radiologist, and has a great love for animals. Her pet interests are varied, including scorpions, lizards, and a fluffy cat named Cookie. Additionally, she enjoyed being creative, often making handmade jewelry in her free time and getting lost in books, especially those about history and ancient civilizations, such as World War II and Rome. The Ocasio family was very close. Tracy made it a point to call her mom every day to share the small details of her life. After high school, she worked as a waitress at a local restaurant while taking online college classes to pursue her education. At one point, she moved out to live with her fiancé, but after the engagement ended, she returned to live with her parents, who were happy to have her back. Tracy and her dad, Joe, share a passion for sports, particularly basketball. They were devoted fans of the Orlando Magic, and watching games together became a beloved tradition for them. At 27, Tracy was enjoying a vibrant and promising life with clear goals, strong family connections, and a sense of direction. Everything changed on May 26, 2009, when she eagerly anticipated the Orlando Magic playoff game against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Originally, she planned to watch it with her dad, but due to an unexpected work commitment, he couldn't make it. Instead, she decided to go by herself to the Florida Tap Room on Raleigh Street, a bar she often visited and where she knew many patrons. The bar was bustling with basketball fans, creating a lively atmosphere that felt familiar and safe to her. She watched the game amidst cheers and excitement, but after it ended, something went terribly wrong. Tracy never returned home. Tracy's mother, Elizabeth, grew increasingly worried when she didn't hear from Tracy after the game, as her daughter was typically in contact. Tracy had also mentioned that she would come straight home after the game. As hours passed without word, Elizabeth realized that Tracy had disappeared. The following day, her family reported her missing, and the search commenced. Investigators focused on the last place she was seen, the Florida Tap Room. Surveillance footage from the bar revealed important information. Tracy was observed leaving between 1 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. with a bald man who seemed to be around her age. They looked relaxed and were engaged in conversation as they exited together. Elizabeth and Joe did not recognize the man. That night, Tracy wore black jeans, a tank top, a hooded jacket, and a green and white hat. The footage showed no signs of distress. She seemed aware and left willingly. Consequently, identifying the man became a priority for investigators. While searching for Tracy, a significant discovery was made. On the evening of May 27th, her yellow 2002 two-door Chevrolet Cobalt was found parked on Franklin Street in Ocoee. This was the same car she had used to go to the bar the previous night. The vehicle was left unlocked in a dark, isolated area with no street lights or nearby traffic, giving it an abandoned look. Inside, there were no personal belongings, no bag, no phone, nothing at all. One detail that stood out to investigators was that both front seats were reclined forward, suggesting that someone might have accessed the back seat or attempted to help someone get in or out. This was unusual for Tracy, as she rarely used the back seat of her compact car, which was cramped and not comfortable for adults. Any possessions she had would likely be in the trunk. Furthermore, her father, Joe, emphasized that she disliked dark areas and would never intentionally park in one unless absolutely necessary. This raised the question, why was her car left there? The answer soon became clear. The man who was seen with Tracy on the night of May 26 was identified as James Hadaway. When detectives contacted him, he was surprisingly willing to talk. James shared that he met Tracy at the Florida Tap Room, where they chatted during the game. He then asked her for a ride because he didn't have a car. According to James, Tracy dropped him off and drove off. However, her car was discovered only a few yards from his home, where he lived with his father. This connection made James the last person known to be with Tracy, and her abandoned car was essentially on his doorstep, raising suspicion. Investigators examined Tracy's phone data, revealing that her phone had turned off around 8:30 a.m. on May 27, the morning after the game, with its last location ping matching where her car was found. This provided sufficient reason for police to obtain a search warrant for James' house. Inside, they found no signs of Tracy and no personal belongings of hers, but they did discover a large amount of banned substances. It was revealed that James had been using banned substances while out on bond, leading to his arrest. More disturbing details emerged when it became known that James had a lengthy criminal history, including charges related to juvenile kidnapping. Shortly after his arrest, two witnesses, who were friends of James, came forward stating they had seen him leave the bar that night with a woman resembling Tracy. One witness even claimed to have seen her enter his home and stay there briefly, alleging that he had encouraged her to try a banned substance, which she refused. This contradicts James's earlier assertion that Tracy simply dropped him off and then drove away. James was in custody but not charged in connection with Tracy's disappearance, and his situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Detectives focused all their efforts on locating Tracy, utilizing bloodhounds. However, it was surprising that the dogs could not detect her scent in her own car. As the investigation continued, Tracy's father, Joe, took action by distributing flyers throughout Ocoee and searching parks, streets, and vacant lots for any trace of his daughter, but he found no leads. The family also reached out to Tim Miller, founder of Texas EquiSearch, for assistance. Volunteers searched over 2,500 acres of land, yet there was still no sign of Tracy. Detectives persisted in questioning James, but he refused to disclose any information about Tracy. As nearly a month passed since her disappearance, their suspicions about him grew. Investigating James's background revealed a concerning history of trouble, including substance abuse, inconsistent employment, and questionable activities such as illegally dumping debris. Although he was already facing charges, new troubling details about his past came to light during his trial. People acquainted with James reported unsettling experiences, noting his unpredictable mood swings that could shift from friendly to violent without warning. Several women expressed feelings of danger when around him. The most disturbing story emerged, closely resembling Tracy's situation. Almost a year before Tracy disappeared, a woman named Rachel Clark gave James a ride home. As they said their goodbyes, James suddenly turned aggressive. He attacked Rachel, knocked her to the ground, and whispered that she shouldn't make him kill her. She fought back and screamed until a passerby intervened, scaring James away. Rachel survived, but she suffered severe bruises, scratches, and trauma. Her experience echoed Tracy's last moments with James. Although no charges were initially filed against James regarding Tracy's case, he quickly became the main suspect due to his lies, previous criminal record, his presence near Tracy's abandoned car, and his violent history. What made the situation even more frustrating was that James was never charged for his vicious attack on Rachel Clark. She had filed a police report, but when detectives tried to find him, he had disappeared until almost a year later when he became the primary suspect in Tracy's disappearance. Once James was back in focus, investigators reopened Rachel's case, determined to ensure he was held accountable, especially since they strongly believed he was involved in Tracy's case. The search for Tracy continued. However, on February 22, 2011, nearly 2 years after her disappearance, something unexpected happened. Detectives searched Carter Lake, which had nearly dried up. During the search, they found what appeared to be human remains, including a part of a spine and a skull. As the lake continued to recede, more bones were uncovered. 2 days later, on February 24, authorities discovered a wallet, an ID card, and a cell phone nearby, all belonging to a man named Chris George. This was not the information the detectives had been hoping for. They had hoped to find clues about Tracy, but instead had stumbled upon an entirely different person. But who was Chris George? He and Tracy were not connected, but both were linked to someone named James Hadaway. DNA tests confirmed that the remains belonged to Chris, adding a new element to the investigation. Police began to explore the possible relationship between Chris and James. During this time, numerous tips were received, including an anonymous call to Tracy's father, Joe. The caller claimed to know a woman who had helped James, and according to her, James was linked to 3 different murders in the Orlando area. The tip also stated that the bodies and murder weapons were disposed of in local lakes, which spurred further searches of these lakes. Detectives took the tip seriously despite the possibility that it might be false, particularly given James' violent past. They found that Chris had last been seen with James and another person in early February 2009, shortly after James had assaulted Rachel and just before Tracy went missing. Chris, who lived in Apopka, had been reported missing on February 11, 2009. Witnesses reported seeing James and another man leaving a wooded area and acting suspiciously. A patrol officer had even stopped them that night. When asked about Chris, James claimed his friend was high and needed help, so the officer let them go without further inquiry. Soon after, Chris's vehicle was found abandoned at Lake Carter, the same location where his remains and belongings were later discovered. Once authorities confirmed Chris's identity, they informed his family. Unfortunately, the results of Chris's autopsy were inconclusive. Due to advanced decomposition, no official cause of death could be established. Even though James was present at the scene, there wasn't enough physical evidence to charge him with Chris's death. However, detectives were determined. They recognized that they had a solid case against James for Rachel's assault, which became their starting point. At that time, James was in Seminole County Jail on unrelated charges, but with Rachel's testimony and physical evidence now available, they were prepared to prosecute him. In May 2011, the trial for the attempted murder of Rachel began, with Rachel as the key witness against her attacker, James Hadaway. She bravely took the stand and recounted in detail the horrifying incident of the night he assaulted her after she gave him a ride. She described how he suddenly attacked her, tackling her to the ground and violently assaulting her while making threatening remarks. James sat expressionless in the courtroom as she recounted his actions. His defense team argued that he was drunk and unable to remember what had happened that night, suggesting that it was all a misunderstanding due to the abuse of banned substances. However, the jury was shown graphic photos of Rachel's injuries, her bruised neck, scratched arms, and battered face. This evidence silenced the courtroom and confirmed that Rachel's pain was genuine and intense. It became evident to everyone present that this was not a case of drunken confusion or a mere impulsive act. The attack on Rachel was intentional, brutal, and frightening. After a tense period of deliberation, the jury found James guilty of attempted murder, as well as burglary, robbery, and false imprisonment. He was sentenced to life in prison. After the sentencing, James stood up to address the court, apologizing to Rachel. He acknowledged that her injuries were his fault and sincerely apologized for what had happened. He stated that he didn't intend to hurt her, but he regretted what occurred. For many present, his words felt insincere. The idea that he could cause such trauma and then simply say sorry, as if that might make it all disappear, was infuriating. Rachel had fought to survive. She bore the physical and emotional scars from that night, and no apology could take that away. Regarding Tracy's case, investigators had to confront a harsh reality: achieving justice for her was unlikely. While there was strong suspicion about James, there wasn't enough evidence to file charges. James remained the main suspect, but suspicion alone couldn't lead to a conviction. Tracy's father, Joe, spoke out after the trial, stating that if there was any consolation, it was that the person was in prison and wouldn't harm another family as he had harmed theirs. Then, unexpectedly, James appealed his conviction in 2015, claiming that his lawyers had pressured him into waiving his right to a speedy trial. His appeal was accepted, which led to a new hearing, but the outcome remained unchanged. He continued to serve his life sentence. 15 years have passed since Tracy was last seen leaving the Florida tap room, a place she cherished. Her disappearance has created a profound emptiness in the lives of her parents, Joe and Elizabeth, who are still seeking answers. They live with a mix of heartbreak, fear, and hope, often feeling all of these emotions at once. Joe struggles with guilt, frequently reflecting on the night Tracy decided to go out on her own. He feels that if he had been with her, things might have turned out differently. However, he knows it wasn't his fault. No one could have predicted what would happen. If blame is to be placed, it falls on James. Yet, without solid evidence, justice remains elusive. The case is still open, and Detective David Gray is committed to pursuing every lead, regardless of how insignificant it may seem. Tracy's family holds on to the hope that one day they will uncover the truth, as no family should have to endure what they have. Chelsea King was born on July 2, 1992, in Poway, California. After her birth, her parents, Brent and Kelly King, faced some challenges. A medical error during childbirth resulted in Kelly developing Asherman syndrome, a condition in which scar tissue forms in the uterus or cervix. Despite these difficulties, Chelsea was very close to her family, especially her younger brother, and made a point to spend quality time with them. The King family moved frequently, first to the Bay Area in San Francisco, then to Naperville, Illinois, and finally settling in Poway, San Diego County, California. By 2007, Chelsea was a bright and cheerful student, earning an A grade in high school and maintaining a GPA of 3.2. She is a vegetarian who loves nature, as evident from her enjoyment of walking in the park. She and her friends even planned a cleanup of the Bernardo Ranch Community Park, which she visited on February 25, 2010. On that day, Chelsea left home at 6:15 a.m. and usually returned by 5 p.m. When 6 p.m. arrived without her return or any communication, her parents became concerned. They discovered her phone was turned off, prompting them to call her friends to check on her whereabouts. To their dismay, none of her friends knew her plans, and no one had seen her since she left school. This sparked fear in her parents. Chelsea's father, Brent, decided to track her phone through AT&T and discovered that it was near Bernardo Ranch Park. He immediately went there to search for her and found her car, with her school uniform and handbag in the back seat. Chelsea loved to run and frequently organized solo runs before returning home. However, she had recently lost consciousness during one of her jogs. Connecting the dots, Brent decided to call the police, fearing that his daughter might have fainted again while running and could be unable to seek help. The search for Chelsea involved not only the police but also support from the local community. They noticed disturbing similarities to a disappearance that had occurred the year before. The community quickly formed a volunteer group to support the King family. Her mother, Kelly, expressed deep gratitude, stating that their help was truly encouraging. Search teams, including dog handlers, helicopters, and volunteers on foot, scoured Chelsea's usual routes, the park, and the area around her home. During the search, some clues were discovered along the path, including her underwear and shoes. Forensic scientist Mary Schiffer examined blood found on the underwear, and DNA testing confirmed that it belonged to Chelsea. Additionally, shocking findings revealed the presence of biological fluid from a man on the underwear. This fluid was cross-referenced with police databases and matched to 31-year-old John Albert Gardner. John is also a suspect in another case, the disappearance of Amber Dubois, a 14-year-old girl. There were rumors in the community that Amber had run away with someone she met online. On February 13, 2009, 14-year-old Amber Dubois, from Escondido, California, went missing while heading to Escondido High School. Born on October 25, 1994, Amber lived with her mother, Carrie McGonigal, and her mother's boyfriend, David Cave, but she often spent weekends with her father, Mo Dubois. That day was cold and rainy, and Amber's classes typically ended around 2:45 p.m. She usually returned home about an hour after school. When she didn't come home, her parents grew concerned. David went to the school to pick her up, but the teacher informed him that she had not been there that day. Immediately, David and Carrie filed a missing person report, and the police in Escondido began to investigate. Friends and family joined the search, but there was no sign of Amber. Her parents felt a glimmer of hope when investigators revealed that her phone had been briefly activated. The police then urged all residents of Escondido to report any information they might have about Amber's whereabouts. Some individuals claimed to have seen Amber in the days before her disappearance. These accounts suggested that she might not have been kidnapped but could have run away. Despite that, her mother, Carrie, insisted that Amber would never voluntarily leave home, but she could not convince the authorities to agree with her opinion. Renaissance High School organized a search and rescue effort, in which officers and volunteers distributed flyers and searched the area for clues. David, who was the last person to communicate with Amber before she went missing, took a lie detector test 8 times, with all results coming back negative. Yet, Carrie continued to harbor suspicions about him. John Albert Gardner was born on April 9, 1979, in Culver City, California. Due to his father's alcoholism and his mother's long work hours, John often stayed with relatives who took care of him. He became close to his older cousins, Shannon and Serena. From a young age, John struggled with constant allergies, ear infections, and asthma, which made him restless and selective. As he got older, his behavior grew worse. By age 4, he had significant impulse control issues and needed medication at school to help him focus. He exhibited frequent outbursts of anger, spoke of self-harm, and expressed feelings of self-hatred. As his condition failed to improve, he became depressed, especially when he couldn't take his medication at night. In February 1989, John was hospitalized at UCLA, where he was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and emotional issues. Doctors observed that he tended to be aggressive toward peers and often lost control. At the age of 21, John assaulted a 30-year-old neighbor and faced charges for both the assault and abuse. Initially, he denied both allegations but later admitted to hitting the woman while maintaining that he did not abuse her. In 2000, he was convicted of the assault and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Throughout this time, he claimed to be a victim of the legal system despite substantial evidence against him. John's mother, Kathy Osborne, testified in court that her son attacked the woman because he believed she was in love with him and pleaded for him to receive psychiatric treatment instead of prison. The court denied her request, and he was sentenced to incarceration. John, 31 years old, saw a decline in his mental health and often considered self-harm. On February 19, 2010, he was taken to the hospital after consuming a large dose of the drug Prima, but he was discharged the same day. On the morning of February 24, 2010, John's mother, Kathy, drove for 2 hours to visit John's grandmother. They did not return home until 1 a.m. on February 25. John was not at home at the time and did not answer his mother's phone calls. He eventually returned home around 8 p.m., dirty and carrying a decapitated snake. John claimed that the snake had attacked him and that he had killed it, but he had a deep wound on his nose that did not resemble a snake bite. The following day, while at a nail salon, Kathy saw news about a girl named Chelsea King. Authorities had used DNA evidence to identify a suspect and quickly located John. He was arrested at a bar on the west shore of Lake Hodges. Despite his frantic claims of innocence, the police handcuffed him and took him to the station. When shown a photo of Chelsea, John insisted that he did not know her and mentioned that he had been drinking, which made it hard for him to provide clear answers. The detectives, however, noticed that he was not so intoxicated that he couldn't understand their questions. They detected alcohol on him and observed his muddy pants. John claimed he had fallen while walking to the bar and insisted he only knew Chelsea from the news. During the interrogation, his demeanor changed frequently, and he claimed he was a victim of false accusations, similar to a previous arrest in 1991. He even made a peculiar remark about being accused in the case of Amber's disappearance, which alarmed the detectives, as they hadn't mentioned Amber's name during the questioning about Chelsea. The investigators showed John a photo of Chelsea and asked him where her body was, but he insisted he didn't know anything. However, when they briefly left the room, John looked at Chelsea's photo and cursed under his breath. Frustrated by the lack of evidence, the detectives had to let him go. Soon after, a report surfaced about an attack on a girl the previous year involving a man who resembled John. On December 27, 2009, 22-year-old Candice Moncayo went for a jog around Lake Hodges. It was a nice day, and she completed her run around 10:30 a.m. At that moment, a tall stranger with brown hair approached her. He knocked her to the ground and used his weight to pin her down. Candice realized he intended to assault her, so she decided to fight back. She got up and elbowed him in the nose with enough force to possibly break it. Seizing the opportunity, she ran away and called 911. Although the police responded to the scene, they couldn't locate the attacker. Investigators suspect that a tall man with a broken nose may be involved, but they believe the incident is more likely to be a robbery than abuse. They are questioning Candice regarding Chelsea's case. They showed her a photo of John, and she immediately recognized him as her attacker. Nevertheless, John's mother, Kathy Osborne, completely denied all allegations against her son. Detectives hope to persuade her to confess to John's crimes by informing her of his other offenses and the evidence they had. They stressed the urgency of finding Chelsea and warned that John posed a threat to others in the community. During an interview with a Justice Department agent, Kathy explained that John was on medication for his mental health, which helped him manage depression and panic attacks. She described him as kind-hearted, despite occasional outbursts of anger. On the day of the attack, he had gone for one of his regular walks, although she did not specify the location. After that, Kathy stopped providing further information. The investigators then circulated John's photo through various media outlets, leading to more witnesses coming forward with testimonies against him. Several claimed to have seen him following Chelsea during her jog, and some even reported that he spoke to them, making them feel uncomfortable. On March 2, 2010, FBI agents began searching for Chelsea using a boat on the south shore of Lake Hodges. During the search, they discovered blonde hair in the mud near the shore. Chelsea's body was ultimately found about 10 feet from where her shoe had been located earlier. Bad weather had previously hindered search efforts. After the discovery, authorities informed Chelsea's family about the tragic news. With the body found and John in custody, prosecutors announced they would pursue the death penalty against him. In response, John's attorneys worked to negotiate a plea deal. They reached an agreement with the San Diego prosecutor. John would assist in locating Amber's body in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. John honored his part of the deal and led investigators to Amber's remains, remaining surprisingly calm and even smoking cigarettes during the process. He indicated a shallow grave but admitted to discarding Amber's clothing and belongings. Ultimately, Amber's body was never found. However, a clump of hair identified as hers was discovered. Carrie, Mo, and David were summoned to the police station, where they learned that some of Amber's remains had been located, but not her entire body. The police and medical personnel could not provide a clear understanding of what had happened to Amber. It became clear that the investigations into Chelsea's and Amber's cases were being managed differently. In response, Amber's mother, Carrie, appeared on the talk show Larry King Live, expressing her frustration about not being updated on her daughter's case and directly urging John to confess to the crimes. After Carrie expressed her disappointment on Larry King's live show about not being informed regarding her daughter's disappearance, the district attorney notified Chelsea's family that John had pleaded guilty in order to avoid the death penalty. He admitted to committing crimes against Amber Dubois and Candace Moncayo. Chelsea's family was understandably upset, but they felt they had no choice but to accept the plea deal. The district attorney knew that publicly announcing John's escape from the death penalty would likely incite anger not only in San Diego but also throughout the state and the country. On April 25, 2010, despite his lawyer's advice to stay silent, John chose to speak out. He asked the judge and his attorneys for permission to appear on TV to publicly apologize to the victims' families. He confessed to his crimes, expressed self-hatred, and conveyed regret for his actions. However, many people remained doubtful of his sincerity. In relation to these cases, a book titled Lost Girls, authored by Kathleen Rother, was published. When the author informed John about the book, he requested that she sign it, expressing his desire to officially confess to his crimes and seek forgiveness. The families of the victims were furious about John's actions. They pointed out that he had previously stated he did not understand remorse, making his attempt to apologize feel insincere. During the sentencing, despite his attorney's suggestion to remain composed, John became emotional. When Carrie, Mo, and David described Amber and her kind personality, John cried repeatedly. They looked him straight in the eye and said that he had taken away their beloved daughter, her bright future and her innocence. David hoped that John's prison experience would be unbearable due to his cellmates. Next, Chelsea's parents, Brent and Kelly, spoke about Chelsea, highlighting her positive impact on the world and her ability to see the goodness in others. According to them, she was always brave, while they considered John to be cowardly for hiding behind his mental illness. They believed he portrayed himself as a victim, even though he was fully aware of his cruel actions when he killed both girls. Brent and Kelly expressed their grief over losing all the memories they could have shared with Chelsea. Brent specifically described John as a monster and a sociopath unworthy of mercy. While they spoke, John looked down, crying, as if showing his regret. When it was Candace's turn to testify, she directed her question at John, asking how his nose had healed. This seemingly innocent question triggered a reaction in him. He growled, bared his teeth, and sat with a wild look on his face. At one point, John turned to his lawyer and claimed that Candace never hit him and was simply lying. In that moment, people saw the true John, not as a victim, but as a monster. During numerous discussions with investigators, he confessed to multiple other crimes, revealing that he had many more victims beyond Amber and Chelsea. He admitted to violently assaulting an escort several times and stalking women, although all of his attacks ultimately failed. Finally, he received 3 consecutive life sentences without the chance of parole. This case sparked outrage not only among residents of San Diego but also around the world, especially since John avoided the death penalty, raising concerns about the justice system. Chelsea's family, motivated to prevent others from going through what their daughter experienced, established the Chelsea Act. This legislation increases penalties, parole restrictions, and oversight for the most serious crimes. Under this act, individuals convicted of child abuse offenses face life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Afterward, the residents of the city gathered for a candlelight vigil in memory of Amber and Chelsea, praying for their souls to find peace. Anjana Lama Mahat was born on August 26, 1995, in Hitauda, a modest industrial town in south-central Nepal. She was the eldest of 5 children in a financially struggling family. From a young age, Anjana took on the role of helping raise her 3 younger sisters and brother. She also helped with daily chores such as cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Even as a child, Anjana stood out. There was a gentleness in her demeanor that drew others toward her. She had a gift for making people feel at ease, be it classmates, neighbors, or strangers, and she never hesitated to offer a helping hand. Although she wasn't always at the top of her class academically, her teachers often praised her intelligence, drive, and maturity. As she grew older, Anjana blossomed into a striking young woman. Her graceful appearance, paired with a confident yet kind-hearted personality, made her the center of attention wherever she went. She was fun-loving, approachable, and preferred resolving conflicts with calm rather than confrontation. Anjana was especially talented in drawing and often dreamed of becoming an artist or working in fashion and beauty. Yet she knew she couldn't count on financial help. Everything she wanted, she would have to earn on her own. While still in school, she crossed paths with Prajwal Mahat, a charismatic young man just a year older than her. He came from a privileged background, part of the high-caste Kshatriya community, an upper tier in Nepal's traditional social hierarchy. Anjana, on the other hand, belonged to the Tamang ethnic group, which has roots in Mongolian ancestry and often occupies a more marginalized position in society. Prajwal's family, his parents, Pushpa and Kamal Bahadur, were known for their wealth and status. His older brother, Ujjwal, had made a name for himself as a music producer and had even contributed to the promotion of a major Nepali film. One of the most widely recognized songs in Nepal, Suna, featured the production talents of Ujjwal Mahat, Prajwal's older brother. From the moment they met, there had been an undeniable connection between Anjana and Prajwal. Friendship begins to slowly develop into love as they find themselves drawn together by shared interests, passions, and dreams for the future. Despite the depth of their bond, they initially kept their relationship discreet. Both are aware of the differences in society and culture. Anjana's Tamang heritage and modest background clashed with Prajwal's high-caste Kshatriya lineage and his family's elite status. But over time, they began to talk openly about the future and eventually made a decision: they would be together, even if it meant going against their families and centuries of tradition. When the relationship eventually came to light, it ignited a firestorm of disapproval. Both families were furious and immediately forbade further contact. However, amidst all the opposition, there was one person who remained supportive, and that was Ujjwal, Prajwal's brother. He was moved by their determination and saw the genuine love they shared. Wanting to support them, he helped orchestrate a secret wedding and even covered the costs himself. While Ujjwal's actions came from a place of empathy and belief in their bond, the fallout was severe. As soon as news of the marriage became public, it unleashed a wave of outrage and scandal within the Mahat family. In late 2016, at just 21 years old, Anjana officially became Anjana Mahat, while her husband had just turned 22. The early days of their married life were filled with turmoil. With no steady income or permanent housing, the couple was forced to move frequently between inexpensive rental units. Their survival largely depended on Ujjwal's generosity, as Prajwal struggled to find consistent work. His jobs were all short-term and low-paying. In February 2017, Pushpa, Prajwal's mother, reached out to him. They spoke for hours. She urged her son to return home, but he made it clear that he would only return if his wife was included. Eventually, both Anjana and Prajwal would move into the Mahat family's grand home in Lalitpur. At the time, the Mahat household included Kamal Bahadur and Pushpa, their son Ujjwal, his wife Aishwarya, and their young son Santosh. His two older sisters were already married and living with their husbands. For Anjana, stepping into this environment felt like walking into a storm. She could feel the silent judgment. No one said anything outright, but their actions spoke volumes. It was clear she hadn't been welcomed with open arms. Her own parents, still hurt by her decisions, had cut off contact and wouldn't even speak with her on the phone. The emotional weight grew heavier during a major festival when extended relatives, family friends, and business partners of Kamal Bahadur gathered at the estate. While the house buzzed with laughter, Anjana was confined to her room. She wasn't allowed to greet the guests or participate in any of the events. She wasn't considered worthy of being introduced. Still, Anjana carried herself with grace. She never argued, never raised her voice, and always tried to show kindness. She woke early, completed household chores without complaint. Eventually, Kamal Bahadur, perhaps wanting to keep his son by his side, used his influence to find Prajwal a job at a large company. To his credit, Prajwal took the opportunity seriously. He worked hard, showed initiative, and began to build a reputation for himself within the company. Promotions followed, and soon he was earning a stable income, earning praise from supervisors, and establishing a promising future. Life inside the Mahat household was defined by discipline. Responsibilities were assigned to each family member, and even the household staff adhered to the same standards of precision and order. Each morning, the home emptied out as the adults left for their jobs and the children headed off to school. The only person left behind was Anjana. Without formal employment and with little guidance from her in-laws, she found herself adrift. But Anjana wasn't content to remain idle. By May 2017, she finally confided in her husband that she was ready to pursue a long-held dream, opening her own beauty salon. She had already researched potential locations, assessed the neighborhood's demand, studied the market, and prepared a modest business plan. Everything was in place, except the funding. Although Prajwal had started to earn a respectable income and had been saving diligently, it still wasn't enough to launch the business. Hoping for support, he approached his parents with the proposal. But their response was disappointing. They dismissed the idea, expressing doubt about the viability of such a venture. It was at this moment that Ujjwal once again stepped forward. Convinced of Anjana's potential, he offered to fund the project himself. With the necessary capital in hand, Anjana threw herself into the work with unmatched determination. She personally oversaw every detail of the salon's setup, from interior design and branding to selecting services and hiring staff. Within months, the salon was not only operating smoothly but also generating consistent profits. Word spread quickly through the neighborhood, and her business became a local favorite. This achievement made those who once doubted her ability begin to reevaluate. Her in-laws began to listen when she spoke, seek her opinion on family matters, and treat her with a level of warmth and consideration that had been absent before. For the first time since her marriage, Anjana felt truly accepted. Yet one unresolved sorrow remained: her parents. Despite the progress she had made in her new life, she had not yet reconciled with them. Her younger brother had recently finished school and was looking for a path forward. Anjana suggested he consider moving to Lalitpur to attend university. She offered to support him, promising he could live with her and Prajwal in the Mahat home. Surprisingly, her in-laws raised no objections. In fact, they were open to the idea and welcomed the prospect of helping a young man pursue a better future. To finalize the arrangement, both families agreed to meet face-to-face. During this meeting, Anjana's parents were able to witness firsthand the environment in which their son would be living. For the first time in years, Anjana reconnected with her mother and father, and the conversations that followed slowly healed the rift. From then on, the two families maintained regular contact. Anjana and Prajwal visited her hometown often, and Anjana began calling her mother almost every day. Her brother enrolled in one of Lalitpur's most reputable universities and was welcomed into the Mahat home with open arms. Meanwhile, a digital transformation was sweeping across Nepal. Social media platforms, especially TikTok, were exploding in popularity. Anjana saw this as an opportunity to further express herself. She began sharing clips from her daily life at the salon, beauty tips, skincare routines, product reviews, and tutorials for fashionable looks. Her graceful demeanor and natural charm quickly resonated with viewers. In no time, her videos began to go viral. Her follower count surged into the tens of thousands, and Anjana emerged as one of the region's most promising online influencers. Audiences were drawn to Anjana's elegance. Her looks were often compared to those of international celebrities. Compliments flooded her social media posts, and her followers trusted her beauty tips without hesitation. Her influence quickly expanded in both the fashion and business worlds. It wasn't long before she caught the eye of a modeling agency. Impressed by her charisma, they began extending invitations to participate in professional photo shoots, promotional campaigns, and even local fashion shows. She embraced each opportunity with gratitude and boldness, gradually becoming a recognizable face in the regional fashion scene. With grace and confidence, Anjana flourished in front of the camera. She is not afraid to try new styles. Bold fashion choices make her stand out. As her portfolio grew, so did her earnings. Modeling, which had begun as a side project, quickly overshadowed her salon business. Eventually, she made the difficult decision to close the salon entirely and commit full-time to her modeling career. Her popularity didn't remain confined to Nepal. Word of her success began to reach international agencies. Some approached her with offers of contracts and collaborations abroad. She and her husband began to consider these opportunities seriously. When the couple shared their plans with both sides of the family, the reactions were mixed. While some relatives expressed concern about the distance, they ultimately supported the couple's ambition and offered to help however they could. Around the same time, in 2018, Ujjwal, Prajwal's older brother and longtime supporter, began suffering from health issues that progressed rapidly. His hearing deteriorated to the point of near total loss, forcing him to step away from his career in audio engineering. Throughout this period, Prajwal stood by his brother, offering emotional support and helping him navigate the many difficulties that came with the sudden loss of livelihood. When news spread that Prajwal and Anjana were planning to move abroad, Ujjwal became even more heartbroken. Things get even more tense when Aishwarya, Ujjwal's wife, enters the picture. Their marriage is an arranged one. Aishwarya comes from a powerful and wealthy family. From the start, she makes no effort to hide her disdain for Anjana. Despite her outward appearance, Aishwarya never truly accepted her sister-in-law. She considered Anjana to be of a lower social class. Her resentment grew with each of Anjana's achievements. Aishwarya became jealous when Anjana entered the modeling world and began to receive praise and admiration. Suddenly, the woman she once despised was the center of attention, admired not only by outsiders but also within the Mahat family. Anjana's in-laws respected her opinions, often praising her dedication and composure. Some even considered her the most successful and admirable member of the family. Meanwhile, Aishwarya felt increasingly marginalized. Unable to contain her anger, she began spreading damaging rumors. She implied to her family that Anjana's fame was not as respectable as it seemed, that the modeling industry had changed her personality. To prove her claim, she circulated provocative pictures of Anjana from swimsuit photo shoots, claiming that they were inappropriate for a married woman and brought shame to the family. Her accusations sowed seeds of doubt. In a house already rife with power struggles, Aishwarya's rumors have begun to change the atmosphere. Aishwarya had repeatedly caused conflict in the Mahat household. However, over time, her dramatic accusations and emotional outbursts began to lose their impact. Every time she tried to cause a split, Anjana's husband, Prajwal, stood by her. His support helped defuse the tension, and gradually, the rest of the family grew tired of Aishwarya's tactics. Her words began to carry less weight. Frustrated, she turned to her husband, Ujjwal, who had once supported Anjana and even helped her and Prajwal start a life together. As his health declined, Ujjwal spent more time at home, isolated and vulnerable. His career as a sound engineer came to an abrupt end due to severe hearing loss. Aishwarya took full advantage of this. In her weakened state, Ujjwal was subjected to her incessant complaints. She described Anjana as a manipulative force, a divisive figure who was now plotting to take Prajwal away for good. When she discovered the couple was planning to move to Canada, it drove her crazy. She whispered to Ujjwal that Anjana's real goal was to separate the brothers, to leave him abandoned during his most fragile years. The thought of losing his younger brother during such a bleak time deeply unsettled him. Slowly, the seeds of suspicion took root. Anjana confided in her parents about the toxic environment she was living in, how Aishwarya was sabotaging her at every opportunity, and the false stories she was spreading. Her mother, though extremely worried, advised her to be cautious. She reminded Anjana to be strong, stay calm, and not engage in conflict. On the afternoon of May 9, 2019, around 4 p.m., a phone call disrupted the Lama family. Anjana's mother answered with the voice of a distraught woman from the Mahat family. She was sobbing, her words were incoherent, her voice was shaking. She begged them to come immediately, offering no explanation other than a sense of urgency and panic. A serious traffic accident had clogged the highway, turning a normally short drive into an agonizing 6-hour journey. By the time Anjana's parents arrived, the scene awaiting them was harrowing. The Mahat residence was cordoned off by police tape. Officers moved methodically through the home while bystanders gathered in hushed confusion. Police cars lined the street, and murmurs filled the air. Near the gate, Anjana's younger brother sat collapsed against a wall, his face buried in his hands, his body racked with sobs. A uniformed officer approached Anjana's father and, in a solemn voice, asked him to come inside. They walked together through the house and climbed the stairs to the second floor. What he witnessed in that room would remain burned into his memory for the rest of his life. On the bed lay the mutilated body of his daughter. Her body had been subjected to unspeakable violence. Her left hand had been severed and discarded on the floor. Her left leg had been nearly cleaved above the knee, the wound deep and precise. Her head, barely attached, rested in a gruesome angle. Her face was so badly disfigured it was almost impossible to recognize her. Overcome with horror, Anjana's father staggered out of the room, the breath knocked from his lungs. Tears blurred his vision as he collapsed into the arms of waiting relatives. Outside, his wife saw the anguish in his eyes. Without a word, she understood what had happened. The pain was immeasurable. But there was no time for mourning. Fueled by shock and rage, Anjana's parents demanded justice. They insisted that every member of the Mahat family be taken into custody, convinced that this was not the act of a single individual but a coordinated and deliberate murder. But then the police shared something that sent a new wave of disbelief washing over them. The killer had already confessed. He was in custody and had begun giving a full statement. And the person behind this unimaginable act wasn't a stranger or a distant enemy. It was Ujjwal, the same man who had once believed in Anjana and stood up for her. The man who had once helped her build the very life he had now destroyed. Over time, the weight of his illness and growing isolation wore heavily on Ujjwal. Constantly exposed to his wife's whispered doubts and cruel insinuations, he began to see his once beloved sister-in-law in a different light. Aishwarya had spent months seeding the idea that Anjana was deceitful and selfish, manipulating the family for her own gain and plotting to take Prajwal far away, perhaps forever. As his health declined and he spent his days alone at home, Ujjwal fixated on these ideas. In his mind, she was stealing his brother, dismantling the very family he had once helped hold together. The love he once had for her turned to anger. Then, one seemingly ordinary afternoon, resentment became action. It was May 9, 2019. Prajwal, his father, and Aishwarya had all left for work. Santosh and Anjana's younger brother were at school. Only 3 people remained in the Mahat household: Anjana, Ujjwal, and their mother, Pushpa, who had taken to her bed with fatigue and was resting. Around midday, Anjana stepped outside to fill a container with water. She intended to care for her beloved garden, completely unaware of the eyes watching her from above. From the second-floor balcony, Ujjwal stood silently, observing her movements. Once she returned inside, Anjana went to her bedroom, stretched out on the bed, and picked up her phone. Meanwhile, Ujjwal walked deliberately to the kitchen and reached for a large knife. He studied it for a moment, then set it down, deeming it insufficient. He proceeded to the storage room where a far deadlier tool awaited, a kukri, the iconic curved blade used by Gurkha soldiers, known for its devastating sharpness. Weapon in hand, he made his way upstairs. Entering the room, he found Anjana still lying on the bed, casually scrolling on her phone. She looked up, perhaps thinking he needed something, and asked what it was. He didn't respond but instead approached slowly, closing the distance between them. It wasn't until she saw the blade being raised that panic set in. Anjana's first instinct was to protect herself. She raised her arm to shield her face, and that was when the first blow struck, severing her hand. Her screams echoed through the home, but no one was there to intervene. Ujjwal struck again and again with such force that the room was soon painted in blood. The final blow, a fatal cut to the neck, nearly decapitated her. Forensic examiners later counted over 15 major wounds on her body, each one severe enough to have been fatal. After the attack, Ujjwal didn't flee or attempt to hide what he'd done. He simply walked to his mother's room and told her what had happened. Terrified, instead of calling emergency services immediately, she contacted her husband and urged him to return home. When he arrived, they called the authorities. When the police arrived, both parents were in denial. They initially claimed they did not know the victim's identity. Given the extent of Anjana's injuries, the story seemed plausible for someone who did not know the family. But investigators quickly became suspicious. They refused to proceed without official identification and contacted Anjana's family. Her parents were summoned to testify. Despite the devastating state of her body, her father recognized her immediately. All members of the Mahat household were considered suspects. Yet, within hours, Ujjwal stepped forward and confessed. He claimed full responsibility for the crime and insisted that he had acted alone. He provided police with a detailed, hour-by-hour account of what had taken place, handed over the bloodied kukri, and even submitted the clothes he had worn during the killing. It was revealed that Ujjwal was so caught up in his rage that he did not even realize that he had severed part of his own finger. He only realized the wound after leaving the room. They had long been aware of the hostility Aishwarya held toward Anjana. They believed that her persistent manipulation, her toxic whispers in Ujjwal's ear, had played a significant role in driving him to the edge. They demanded her arrest, accusing her of incitement and emotional coercion. With no direct evidence linking Aishwarya to the planning or execution of the crime, and with Ujjwal refusing to implicate anyone else, their demands were denied. He remained adamant that he alone was to blame. Determined to protect their eldest son from the brunt of justice, his parents hired one of the most respected and expensive defense attorneys in the country. They were prepared to mitigate the consequences he faced. Their focus was clear: protect Ujjwal at all costs, even if it meant interfering with the trial process. For Prajwal, he was already grieving the unimaginable loss of his wife, but watching his own parents rally around her killer, his own brother, left him shattered. This wasn't just a legal fight anymore. It was a moral one. The same man who had once championed his relationship, supported his marriage, and welcomed Anjana into the family had become her murderer. And now, the people who had raised them both were using their wealth and influence to shield that man from accountability. Unable to remain neutral, Prajwal made a choice. He aligned himself with Anjana's grieving parents, refusing to excuse his brother's actions. He demanded the harshest possible sentence. His loyalty to Anjana and her family never wavered. The defense attorney hired by Ujjwal's parents used every tactic to delay the proceedings. Hearings were postponed, procedural obstacles were raised, and witness testimonies were repeatedly challenged. But through it all, Ujjwal held firm in his confession. He refused to alter his account, fearing that shifting blame or minimizing responsibility might pull his wife or parents into the legal storm. His loyalty to them remained intact, even in the face of life imprisonment. 2 years passed before the court finally reached a verdict. The trial was long, grueling, and emotionally draining for all involved. Ujjwal Mahat was found guilty on all counts. The court sentenced him to life in prison, without the possibility of parole. Ujjwal's legal team quickly filed an appeal, hoping to reduce the severity of the sentence with a new defense strategy. This time, they argued that his declining mental health had played a critical role in the crime. They claimed that his rapid hearing loss, combined with the psychological trauma of losing his career, had created an emotional spiral that clouded his judgment and triggered the violent act. The court responded by ordering a comprehensive series of psychiatric evaluations. Over the following weeks, mental health professionals conducted interviews, assessments, and psychological testing. Ujjwal was found to be mentally competent, fully aware of his actions, and capable of understanding the consequences at the time of the crime. The appeal was denied. His original sentence stood. Ujjwal would serve the rest of his life behind bars. Meanwhile, Prajwal remained in Nepal throughout the entire legal process. He attended every hearing, offered comfort to Anjana's parents, and even testified in court against his own brother. Only after justice had been served did he allow himself to leave. Fulfilling the dream he and Anjana had once shared, Prajwal boarded a plane to Canada, a journey they had planned together in happier times. Kathleen Daphne and David Franklin Bagby met in the 1960s when they went to Disneyland with mutual friends. At that time, David was serving in the U.S. Marine Corps. He was intelligent, charming, and sociable, which caught Kathleen's attention right away. They quickly found harmony, chatting throughout the trip, and soon after meeting, they became inseparable. After just 5 months, they decided to get married. After that, they settled in San Diego, California. Kathleen began her career as a nurse, while David became a software engineer after completing his military service. They wanted to have children, but for many years, they focused on their careers in the medical field. At that time, planning a family was not as common as it is today. Still, Kathleen tried to conceive. They also considered adopting from an orphanage. Finally, their joy came when they had a baby boy named Andrew. The family of 3 then moved to the suburbs of San Jose. From a young age, Andrew was friendly and outgoing, participating in various activities and earning awards for his hard work. He had a best friend named Kurt, with whom he shared a passion for creating funny videos. Andrew was very close to his family and prioritized spending time with them. When he started college, he began dating Heather, who was also studying in a similar field. Andrew aspired to become a doctor, inspired by his mother's nursing career. This shared interest deepened their bond, as they often discussed medicine together. The family appeared to be very harmonious and seemed like a model for others. After college, Andrew applied to multiple medical schools but was only accepted to one, which was a significant disappointment for him. He felt anxious and planned to reapply the following year, intending to work in the meantime to ease the financial burden on his parents. Just days after receiving the rejections, Kathleen discovered an envelope from Memorial University of Newfoundland in Canada, which contained an acceptance letter for Andrew. The letter had been misplaced among other mail. This news drastically changed Andrew's life. In 1995, he moved to St. John's, Canada, where the university was located. The following year, Heather also decided to attend the same university and moved there, but their relationship began to struggle after a few months. A traumatic experience unfolded for Andrew when his girlfriend, Heather, unexpectedly ended their engagement without any explanation. To cope with this pain, he focused intensely on his studies. This continued until his 3rd year of college, when, in the spring of 1999, he met a woman named Shirley Turner. This marked Andrew's first relationship after his breakup with Heather. Initially, everyone, especially his friends and family, welcomed the news, relieved that he was open to dating again. However, the initial happiness was short-lived. Shirley was significantly older than Andrew. He was 26, and she was 38. This age difference led to misunderstandings between them. Shirley had graduated from Memorial University and worked as a teacher for many years. In the mid-1990s, she decided to return to school for medical training and earned her diploma in 1998, becoming a resident in various hospitals. By this time, Shirley had gained a questionable reputation for allegedly mistreating patients and being involved in conflicts. One of her former managers noted that he often felt manipulated during their communications. She was known to lie frequently, which contributed to many disputes. From the start of their relationship, Shirley was very controlling. She wants to be with Andrew all the time, but his friends find her reliance a bit excessive. She often touches and hugs him inappropriately while discussing their relationship, which makes him feel uncomfortable. When Shirley learned about Andrew's attractive ex-fiancée, Heather, she became visibly upset and started contacting other women to brag about her relationship with Andrew. This behavior tarnished her reputation, and Andrew's friends and family began to dislike her. They subtly suggested that he could find someone better, given his kind nature and good looks. However, after breaking up with Heather, Andrew struggles with low self-esteem and genuinely feels that Shirley is the best person he could have. After graduating from university in 2000, Andrew moved to Syracuse, New York, hoping to find a job at a medical center. At the same time, Shirley relocated to Sac City, Iowa, a small town with a population of about 2,000, where she signed a 10-year contract to work at the county medical center. Andrew's family was relieved that the two had finally separated and would no longer be in contact. However, despite the distance, Shirley was determined to maintain her connection with Andrew and continued to pursue him. Andrew was very busy with work, which made it difficult for him to visit Shirley. However, Shirley often traveled on business trips to see him. During her visits, she often called him on his home or mobile phone. On one occasion, she stayed at his apartment until he had to leave for work. After they said goodbye, Shirley called him, claiming that she had left her purse behind. Andrew gave her his keys, and when he returned home from work, he discovered that many more items were missing than just her purse. This makes him doubt her honesty. However, despite feeling betrayed, Andrew still believes he doesn't deserve a better relationship and chooses to stay in his relationship with Shirley. About a year later, Andrew realized he was unhappy with his job and living situation, so he moved to Throop, Pennsylvania, a small town with a population of 88,000. By 2001, he decided to pursue a career in family medicine, believing that this community would be a perfect fit for his aspirations. He envisioned himself as a beloved local doctor, admired and respected by the residents. Although his dream was starting to materialize, Shirley's presence became a problem. She was still eager to be with him, but by then Andrew was tired of her clinginess and had focused entirely on his work. He wanted to break up, but Shirley seemed oblivious to his feelings and clung to the hope of eventually living together. Andrew began to ignore Shirley, but she became increasingly obsessed. She sends him 30 voice messages a day. Although Andrew was firm about ending the relationship, in September 2001, Shirley informed him that she was pregnant and claimed he was the father. Andrew felt happy about becoming a father, but he didn't want to be involved with such a clingy woman. He knew that Shirley would continue to interfere in his life, potentially sabotaging any new relationships. Every time he chats with a new girl, Shirley immediately recognizes it, contacts the girl, and informs her that she is pregnant with his child. Unsurprisingly, these new relationships never lasted. As time went on, Shirley publicized her pregnancy and Andrew's supposed fatherhood. Initially, she considered having an abortion but later announced her decision to keep the baby. Her manipulations worked. Within a month, she convinced Andrew to restart their relationship, and they even contemplated engagement. By late October 2001, Shirley met with Andrew's friends and family, and it was evident that she was pressuring him to reconcile. On November 3rd, she left for a trip, and Andrew hoped this distance would give him peace. However, just 2 days later, on the morning of November 5th, 2001, she showed up at his door again. Andrew needed to go to work and didn't want to engage with Shirley, but she insisted on having a serious conversation, so he reluctantly allowed her to stay in his apartment. He informed her that they could talk later at Keystone Park. Throughout his workday at the hospital, Andrew's colleagues noticed his anxiety. When they asked what was troubling him, he described his unsettling encounter with Shirley. They advised him to cut ties with her as soon as possible and not waste any more time. Determined to end the relationship, Andrew planned to meet Shirley that evening and hoped to be free by 7:30 p.m. He was looking forward to meeting his best friend Clark at a bar at 9 p.m. to celebrate his newfound freedom from her obsession. Clark arrived at the bar on time, but Andrew never showed up, which worried him since Andrew had never been late before. Clark assumed that Andrew's conversation with Shirley had run long and thought they would see each other in the morning at work. However, when that didn't happen and Andrew missed his shift the next day, Clark began to panic. Andrew didn't answer calls from Clark, his friends, or his parents. By 9 a.m., Clark considered calling the police, but he didn't have to. News broke on television that a man in medical attire had been found dead in Keystone Park. The man was identified as Andrew Bagby, who was 28 years old. A homeless person had found his body in the parking lot next to his car at 6 a.m. He had been attacked 5 times in the back, face, and chest, and it appeared he was attacked again in the back of the head while he was already down. Clark immediately contacted the police, informing them that they wouldn't have to search for the suspect long because he knew who Andrew had been with prior to the incident, Shirley. He explained their conflict and mentioned that Andrew had intended to break up with her that evening at Keystone Park. However, Shirley does not accept this and wants to get back together with Andrew. The connections were too apparent. The detectives took this information seriously and reached out to Shirley, who was already back in her hometown in Canada. She claimed that she had been in Iowa all day, sick, and then with her parents. This was clearly a lie because she went to talk to Andrew and stayed at his apartment. By this time, the police had interviewed many of Andrew's friends, colleagues, and relatives, all of whom pointed to Shirley as the person with whom he had conflicts. None believed her story. The key evidence came from a witness who saw a Toyota RAV4, matching Shirley's car, in the parking lot at 6:10 p.m. The authorities, however, chose to take their time, planning for the next 2 weeks to gather a solid case against her before filing charges. Evidence strongly suggested that Shirley was guilty. Her initial lie was quickly proven to be false, and CCTV footage, along with phone call records, showed that she had been near Andrew's house early that morning, November 5, 2001. Shirley had purchased a .22 caliber pistol and received firearms training from an instructor, who noted that the pistol had a peculiar malfunction. At the crime scene, police found 5 spent cartridges and 1 unspent cartridge, which could be linked to the malfunction, especially since Andrew was shot with the same type of weapon. The detectives wanted to examine Shirley's pistol, but she claimed she could not find it. She maintained that she had spent November 5th in bed in Iowa, but the police caught her in a lie when they presented CCTV evidence and call recordings from her journey to see Andrew. She left a considerable digital footprint, frequently contacting him in an attempt to rekindle their relationship. When Shirley arrived at Andrew's apartment that morning, he let her in and even allowed her to wait there until he returned from work. During her visit, a pack of condoms went missing from his home, and a pack from the same batch was subsequently found at Shirley's house in Iowa after the incident. This further indicated that she was not being truthful, as she seemed to forget critical details. It seemed strange that Heather also witnessed the tragic incident. Although she had tried to avoid meeting Shirley, Shirley managed to confront her. Shirley made statements claiming that Andrew loved her more and that their intimate relationship was more fulfilling. Their love, despite Andrew's passing, will forever be in heaven, which scares Heather so much that she decides to file a restraining order against Shirley. Notably, shortly after the funeral, Shirley quickly prepared to go to Canada to assist the authorities. In an effort to draw her back to the U.S., Andrew's family planned another memorial service and invited her, but she declined the invitation. Currently, U.S. police must cooperate with Canadian authorities due to procedural issues. This coordination is very slow, and in the meantime, Shirley may remain free. The Canadian police arrested her on December 12, 2001, but discussions about extradition had not yet begun because of additional bureaucratic hurdles. It was expected that she would remain in jail until then. However, she was released on bail the very next day. She was required to surrender her passport and report to the police weekly. Notably, her psychiatrist assisted in the process and even paid part of her bail. In addition, she was instructed to refrain from contacting 8 individuals who have restraining orders against her, including her ex-husband and several others. As detectives investigated Shirley's background, they were alarmed by her behavior. She had been married twice and had 2 children with her first husband. However, she had cheated on him with another man who became her second husband, with whom she had another child before getting divorced. In 1993, Shirley lived with a roommate who was appalled by her treatment of her children. Shirley often hit them, sometimes using objects, which led her roommate to move out and report Shirley's actions to the authorities. Witnesses confirmed that Shirley would physically abuse her children and leave them home alone for over a day. However, her second husband denied these allegations and claimed that she was a good mother. In January 1990, she relinquished custody of her children to their biological fathers and carried on as if nothing had happened. Later, detectives found another boyfriend, who described how cruel she was. On one occasion, she struck him in the face with her shoe multiple times, although he wasn't seriously injured. He decided to break up with her after finding her unconscious in her room, showing signs of prescription drug abuse. She was in her underwear, surrounded by roses and letters, including one addressed to her psychiatrist, in which she stated that she wasn't angry but merely unwell. Shirley's behavior was alarming, yet it seemed normal due to her lack of empathy and inadequate treatment, which allowed her to harm those close to her. This ultimately led to a tragic incident. After her release on bail, Shirley held a press conference revealing that she was 4 months pregnant. Upon learning this, Andrew's parents, Catherine and David, sold everything they owned and moved to Canada to seek custody of the child, believing that he is Andrew's son. Shirley's son, Zachary, was born on July 18, 2002, and a DNA test confirmed that Andrew was his father. However, when Catherine and David arrived at the hospital, Shirley refused to let them see their newborn grandson. Given Shirley's behavior with her other children, they feared for Zachary's safety and were distressed by the slow pace of the Canadian legal system. Their attempts to gain custody faced numerous obstacles, and they worried about Zachary's well-being under his mother's care. Extradition to the U.S. was repeatedly delayed for various reasons. In the end, Catherine and David were allowed only 1 hour a week to visit Zachary, and these meetings were monitored as if they posed a threat to him. They had to undergo searches before each visit. Despite these challenges, Zachary brought joy to them, who had lost their only child and were unable to have more. In November 2002, there was finally some progress. Shirley was incarcerated, and the process for extradition to the U.S. began. She willingly transferred full custody of Zachary to Andrew's parents, Catherine and David, but this transfer included certain stipulations. Shirley insisted on daily phone calls and required them to visit her in prison once a week. Catherine and David were diligent, never missing a visit to comply with her conditions, fearing that any sign of neglect could lead to her taking away their custody rights. In January 2003, Shirley was released from custody again. She had appealed directly to the judge in her case for advice on how to avoid prison before being extradited to the United States, as she wanted to take care of her son. To everyone's surprise, the judge met with her and provided detailed recommendations. Despite how unusual this was, Shirley followed the advice and was released. As a result, Kathleen and David once again lost full custody of Zachary but were permitted to spend more time with him without interference from Shirley or social workers. Even though Andrew's family was unhappy with the situation, the judge insisted there was no reason to fear for Zachary's safety. This was despite Shirley's past behavior, which included the suspicion of Andrew's murder and incidents of threatening another inmate with a fork during her imprisonment. Kathleen and David despised Shirley for killing their son, but they did their best to maintain their relationship with Zachary. It became clear that Shirley began to exploit this situation. She started to manipulate them. She frequently called them at all hours, demanding financial support. Additionally, she often brought up Andrew's death, a topic that Kathleen and David were desperate to avoid. During Zachary's birthday celebration at McDonald's, when he ran over to hug Grandma Kathleen, Shirley became furious. She yelled that she would not allow Kathleen to love him more than she loved him. From that moment on, Shirley made life difficult for Andrew's parents. It seemed she was not genuinely interested in keeping custody of the child. Instead, her primary goal appeared to be to cause trouble for them. A hearing regarding her extradition was scheduled for September 2003, and this would be the last step before she would be sent to the United States. While waiting for this hearing, Shirley began dating a new boyfriend. However, when he learned about her troubling past, he ended the relationship. As was typical for her, Shirley began stalking him, threatening him, and claiming she was pregnant. She repeatedly called and caused dramatic scenes, but he ignored her. On August 17th, she told a friend that she planned to take Zachary and go to her ex-boyfriend's house to settle things. Reports indicated she stopped on the road to ask for directions, which was the last time she and Zachary were seen alive. The following day, August 18, 2003, they vanished. No one could reach Shirley. That same day, a couple on vacation found the bodies of a woman and a small child about 20 minutes from St. John's. The police identified the boy as Zachary Turner. A forensic examination revealed that Shirley had taken an overdose of anxiety medication, and the same substance was discovered in a bottle of baby formula. A witness reported hearing a child crying near the beach around 2:30 a.m., but he couldn't locate the source. Forensic experts suggested that Shirley mixed her prescribed medication with Zachary's formula and subsequently began taking over-the-counter drugs. She then tied her son to her chest with a sweater and jumped into the ocean, both drowned. Shirley's car was found near the house of the man she intended to visit that night. She left behind pictures of herself with Zachary and wrote a letter stating that the man had wanted her to do it. However, investigators realized this was part of her pattern of manipulation. She aimed to create problems for a man who had no knowledge of her plans. As expected, she was not actually pregnant, which was another form of deceit. Zachary's death brought unbearable sorrow to Kathleen and David. They cremated the boy just as they had done with his father, Andrew, and scattered his ashes in the same place where they had previously scattered his father's ashes. Later, David confessed that he felt so desperate about his grandson's safety and so frustrated with the Canadian authorities that he contemplated killing Shirley. He wanted to take matters into his own hands and confront the woman responsible for their pain. David kept this thought from Kathleen and now deeply regretted not acting on it. He believed that if he had, Zachary might still be alive and he and Kathleen would have been able to care for him. David abandoned this idea because he hoped that the hearing would ultimately result in Shirley's extradition to the United States. There, they will have greater opportunities to fight for custody of Zachary, the sole joy in their lives. When they learned that Zachary had died, they were heartbroken and even considered ending their own lives. However, they chose instead to pursue justice to prevent other families from experiencing similar tragedies. The situation became more difficult because their lawyers did not communicate with them. In the USA, Kathleen and David shared their story on television, feeling that the Canadian law enforcement system was primarily to blame for what had happened. They started a campaign against the psychiatrist who had helped secure Shirley's bail, which allowed her to be released during the investigation. This psychiatrist faced criticism and was fined. They also denounced the judge who had allowed her release, enabling her to endanger her child, Zachary. In October 2006, a child protection expert released a document of more than 500 pages, asserting that Zachary's death could have been avoided. This report spurred reforms in the Canadian judicial system. 3 years later, in October 2009, the Bill Zachary was introduced in the House of Commons, proposing significant changes to Canada's criminal law. This bill empowered judges to deny bail to individuals accused of serious crimes if they posed a threat to others. In April 2015, in a remote, forested suburb near Penn, a town in Maharashtra, a man went out to collect firewood as usual but discovered something unusual. While combing through the underbrush, he noticed a large black plastic bag, partially hidden beneath a thin covering of dried leaves and soil. As he approached, a foul stench filled his nostrils, a combination of burning and decomposition. Alarmed by what he had found, he wasted no time in contacting emergency responders. Authorities from the Penn district arrived swiftly. The contents were unmistakably human remains, burned so extensively that facial features and physical identifiers had been destroyed. Only portions of the skeleton, including the skull, pelvis, and several long bones, had survived the blaze. There were no clothing remnants, documents, or personal items to suggest who this person had been. Forensic technicians noted the presence of what appeared to be gasoline at the scene, leading investigators to suspect a deliberate effort to destroy both body and evidence. The remains were transported to a forensic laboratory in Mumbai for examination. However, cross-referencing against missing persons reports yielded no match. There were no active cases in Mumbai or surrounding districts that aligned with the profile or estimated time of death. With no identity, no family inquiries, and no leads, the investigation quickly stalled. The case was marked as a cold case involving an unidentified body found in a rural area, but a lack of evidence and witnesses led to a failure of the investigation. Eventually, interest waned. No further forensic tests were ordered and the case was forgotten. For nearly 3 years, the mystery remained buried. Then, unexpectedly, the case was brought back to life during the interrogation of a suspect in a criminal case. While negotiating for leniency, the detainee accidentally revealed a chilling truth. He knew the identity of the individual whose charred body was found in the woods near Penn. His confession was not motivated by remorse but by strategy. He offered the information as a bargaining chip. The remains, it turned out, belonged to Sheena Bora. Born in 1987 in Ceylon, Sheena entered the world amid instability. Her mother, Indrani Mukherjee, and father, Siddhartha Das, were both young and deeply entangled in a strained relationship that was anything but stable. The birth of their daughter did little to mend their fractures. Neither parent stepped up to shoulder the responsibilities that came with raising a child. Not long after Sheena was born, a second child, a boy named Mikhail, was added to the family. But even the presence of two children couldn't hold the family together. The relationship between Indrani and Siddhartha collapsed soon after Mikhail's birth. The children were left in the care of their maternal grandparents, aging, modest-living relatives who quietly took on the role of guardians. While legally neither parent had given up custody, in practice, Sheena and Mikhail's upbringing was handled entirely by their grandparents. Though not wealthy, the household provided the essentials: food, shelter, education, and love. Siddhartha Das disappeared from their lives altogether. No letters. No calls. Meanwhile, Indrani moved to Kolkata, pursuing higher education and, from that point forward, cutting ties with her past. She never called, never wrote, and never sent support for her son and daughter. Despite the emotional void left by their absent parents, the grandparents did what they could. They enrolled the children in school and crafted gentle stories to help them understand, suggesting their parents were simply occupied with responsibilities. But as Sheena grew, so did her awareness. Her mother's absence became a trauma. She realized that her father had disappeared without explanation. Her mother had left on purpose. As a teenager, Sheena struggled with the pain of abandonment, struggling to understand why she had been abandoned. When Indrani left her childhood behind, it was as though she had severed all ties with the world she once knew. After completing her college education in Kolkata, she swiftly began to reinvent herself. Her next step was marrying Sanjeev Khanna, a well-established businessman based in the same city. This was the first marriage she officially acknowledged. Together, they founded a company and immersed themselves in the world of business. Sanjeev's financial stability has given Indrani a significant boost, not only professionally but also socially. The marriage granted her access to Kolkata's upper echelons, a world of influence and affluence. The couple also welcomed a daughter during this time. However, their union began to fracture under the weight of internal tensions. Personal disagreements soon spilled over into their business, leading to arguments and power struggles. By 2002, the relationship had reached a breaking point, and the two formally divorced. Although their marriage had ended, they still shared ownership of certain business interests. Rather than returning to Ceylon, where her children Sheena and Mikhail remained in the care of her parents, Indrani instead chose to relocate to Mumbai. In Mumbai, she entered into a relationship with Peter Mukherjee, a high-profile media executive who, at the time, served as the CEO of one of India's most influential television networks. Their relationship progressed quickly and eventually culminated in marriage. Following her separation from Sanjeev, Indrani brought her daughter Vidhi to live with her and Peter. In time, Peter formally adopted the girl as his own. This union marked a turning point in Indrani's social ascent. With Peter by her side, she was welcomed into the inner circles of Mumbai's elite, rubbing shoulders with business magnates, media icons, and political influencers. Her public image was meticulously curated: a dynamic entrepreneur, a co-founder of successful ventures, and the spouse of a powerful media figure. In this new world, Indrani never spoke of her children from earlier relationships. To her colleagues and friends, Sheena and Mikhail didn't exist. In fact, not even her parents in Shillong knew the full details of her whereabouts, her second marriage, or the business empire she was assembling. In Mumbai's upscale neighborhood, Indrani has polished her image with precision. She attended exclusive galas, threw intimate soirees for industry leaders, and traveled internationally for conferences. She was known as a woman of sophistication and ambition, admired for her business acumen and connections. Her stability depends on one unbreakable rule: the past must remain hidden, especially the existence of Sheena. No one can know that she has a grown daughter. Even Peter, her husband at the time, had only a partial understanding of the truth. Indrani had introduced Sheena not as her daughter but as her much younger sister, someone she had helped raise. The two didn't reconnect until 2006, when Sheena, now a young woman, finally reached out on her own. One of the likely reasons Indrani chose to keep her past hidden was to safeguard the reputation she had so carefully constructed. Beyond concerns of status, there may have been financial motives as well. Officially acknowledging Sheena as her daughter might have raised questions about inheritance or claims to property. By 2006, Sheena had turned 19. With school behind her, she began contemplating what the next phase of her life might look like. Her grandparents, though loving and steadfast, were still struggling financially. Pursuing higher education was a distant dream, and her younger brother, Mikhail, who faced ongoing health challenges, needed care. But on her birthday that year, Sheena managed to track down a phone number linked to Indrani. She mustered up the courage to pick up the phone and call. That first conversation was cautious. Hearing her mother's voice after so many years stirred emotions Sheena had buried long ago. Indrani, speaking from Mumbai, casually described her life, a new marriage, a new family, and a thriving career. She gave no explanation for her absence, offered no apology, and displayed no visible remorse. Their exchange was civil, but emotionally flat. Sheena expressed a sincere desire to reconnect, to rebuild the relationship they had never really had. Indrani didn't say yes immediately. However, she finally agreed that Sheena could come to Mumbai, but only on one strict condition. No one, not colleagues, friends, or even family, could know that she was Indrani's daughter. She would have to assume the role of a much younger sister. There was no rationale provided for this condition. To anyone else, this would have seemed an unreasonable request. But for Sheena, the chance for a new life was too tempting. Mumbai promised a fresh start, but the price would be high. She would have to give up her name, her history. She left Shillong behind and relocated to Mumbai, where Indrani greeted her not as a mother, but as a guardian of sorts. From that moment forward, Sheena was publicly introduced as Indrani's younger sister. Among Indrani's elite circle, the story raised no eyebrows. Even within Peter Mukherjee's household, Indrani's second husband and a powerful media executive, the truth was kept hidden. Peter himself believed that Sheena was simply Indrani's sister, nothing more. Once in Mumbai, Sheena enrolled in a university. Her new life provided her with access to things that had always been out of reach: a formal education, safe housing, and a sense of material stability. Although she and Indrani now live in the same city, their interactions are carefully monitored. Indrani maintained tight control over every aspect of their relationship. Any attempt to deviate from the sister story was shut down immediately. Bringing up her childhood, her brother Mikhail, or her grandparents was strictly forbidden. In the beginning, Sheena tried to adapt. She reminded herself that this new life, though complicated, came with benefits she had never known. It was better than what she had before. But inside, she carries a weight, a longing for a mother-daughter bond that remains out of reach. Indrani remained emotionally distant, rarely offering comfort or warmth. Indrani's attention remained firmly on her current family, while Sheena often felt like a guest who had overstayed her welcome. There were no clear conversations about what the future might hold for Sheena. Her stay in Mumbai seemed indefinite yet undefined. Support from Indrani was inconsistent and unspoken, leaving Sheena in a limbo where any mention of money, housing, or long-term plans was met with indifference. Over time, Sheena came to understand the stark truth: she was entirely dependent on someone who refused to acknowledge her place in their life. Yet despite the emotional cost, Sheena chose to stay. The hope that things might eventually change anchored her. Just being near her mother, having a shot at education, and living in a city full of possibilities were powerful incentives. She wasn't looking for public acknowledgement. It was during these visits to Indrani's home that Sheena met Rahul Mukherjee, Peter's son from a previous relationship. Rahul was around Sheena's age and lived in the family home. Independent yet still under his father's control, Rahul sees in Sheena someone who understands the unspoken pressures of growing up under a watchful, controlling eye. They shared similar learning environments and interests. In a family filled with formality and unwritten rules, their friendship became a rare space of emotional freedom. Soon, their relationship gradually developed. They began to spend more time together. At first, Indrani appeared unaware of how close the two had become. Since they were often seen together at home or at university, no one questioned their closeness. But once Indrani realized the relationship had moved beyond casual friendship, her attitude shifted sharply. She openly disapproved and insisted that the romance come to an end immediately. The reason she gave was that such relationships, even without biological ties, were inappropriate within a family setting. Her objection was rooted in fear. If the relationship progressed, there was a real possibility that Sheena would reveal her true identity. Her secret will be exposed, endangering both her reputation and her position in society. At first, Indrani tried to steer Sheena gently, urging her to reconsider. When that didn't work, she became more forceful. Eventually, she took drastic action. She sent Sheena away, back to her grandparents in Shillong, hoping that distance and time would sever the emotional bond between her and Rahul. But the plan backfired. Rahul continued to call, text, and stay in touch. The forced distance made their feelings clearer and more determined. They made plans for the future, spoke often, and stayed emotionally close despite being miles apart. When Sheena returned to Mumbai, things had changed. She was no longer financially dependent on Indrani. With Rahul's help, she had secured housing and support for her daily needs. Indrani no longer has control over her life. Despite being pressured to end things, Sheena refused. Her relationship with Rahul continued. He, still unaware of the truth, believed her to be Indrani's younger sister, just as he had always been told. To him, their relationship was sincere, their future open, and there was no reason to believe that loving her would bring anything other than happiness. On the evening of April 24, 2012, Sheena had made plans to meet with Indrani, a rare encounter that, despite lingering tension, offered a glimmer of possibility. For Sheena, it was more than just a dinner. It was a chance, however slim, to mend a relationship that had been frayed by years of neglect. She had spent the day at work, and when her shift ended, Rahul came to pick her up. She mentioned her upcoming meeting with Indrani. That evening, Rahul took her to the agreed location. He dropped her off and said goodbye, then stood there for a moment, watching as she walked to a waiting car. Indrani was already inside. The driver was in the front seat, and there was someone else in the car whom Rahul did not recognize. Without hesitation, Sheena climbed into the car. Everything seemed normal, Rahul had no reason to worry. But that calm melted into worry as the night wore on. Sheena didn't return. He tried calling her, but there was no answer. Then, finally, a text message came. It was brief, saying that she was fine and had decided to stay the night with Indrani. On the surface, the message seemed reassuring, but something was off. The tone was cold, distant, very different from the Sheena he knew. Rahul responded, asking her to call him or at least leave a voicemail. But there was no reply. Several hours later, another message appeared. This time, it was even more jarring. Sheena, or someone claiming to be her, wrote that she was ending their relationship and asked him not to contact her again. The words were abrupt, almost mechanical. The message urged him to move on and forget her. Rahul was stunned. Only days before, they had been making plans for the future, talking about apartments, careers, and what came next. There had been no fights, no friction. He knew Sheena, knew how she handled stress, how she communicated. This sudden change in tone and content was not like her. A fear gripped him. He feared that those messages were not from Sheena at all. And if they weren't, then what happened after she got in that car? The next morning, Rahul took immediate action. He began reaching out to Indrani. At first, she didn't answer. When she eventually returned his call, her explanation was vague. She claimed Sheena had confided in her about wanting to break things off with Rahul and leave Mumbai. According to Indrani, she had encouraged Sheena to take a break and travel, to escape the pressure and figure things out. She confirmed that Sheena agreed, packed a few things and went abroad. The sudden silence and disappearance did not suit the woman he knew so well. Indrani's explanation seemed rehearsed, as if she had been waiting to give it. His instincts told him that something was very wrong. He kept reaching out, hoping for answers. Every time, he was met with the same story: Sheena had left of her own accord and didn't want to be contacted. A few days later, Rahul managed to speak with Peter Mukherjee. Peter echoed what Indrani had said, repeating that Sheena had moved on and didn't wish to be disturbed. But Rahul couldn't accept it. With a growing alarm, he turned to the police. He explained the situation, recounted the strange events of that night, and voiced his fears. But the authorities were unmoved. Sheena was an adult, they reminded him, free to make her own decisions. They told him they couldn't intervene unless there was concrete evidence of danger or foul play. Rahul tried to convince them. He showed them the text messages, pointed out how different they were from her usual way of communicating, and explained that she would never just vanish like this without saying a word. But it wasn't enough. He returned to the police station multiple times in the days that followed, asking them to trace her phone, check her travel records, or contact mobile service providers. Still, he was met with the same response. Without proof of a direct threat to Sheena's safety, they could not and would not take action. Days passed, and there was still no news from Sheena. There was not even a trace of activity on her social media profile. Rahul, growing increasingly desperate, began searching for her himself. He contacted her college, contacted her workplace, and called mutual friends. But everywhere he went, the response was the same: no one had seen or heard from her since that night. He returned to the police, this time not just with worry, but with urgency. He pleaded with them to at least register her as missing. Still, they refused. The answer hadn't changed: Sheena was an adult, and adults were allowed to walk away if they chose to. But Rahul couldn't let it go. He contacted Sheena's grandparents in Shillong. They hadn't heard anything either. Not a call, not a message. They were distressed but powerless. With limited resources and no formal support, there was little they could do. Even Sheena's younger brother, Mikhail, tried reaching out. He called Indrani, hoping to make sense of the situation, but was met with vague, dismissive replies. As the weeks passed, the silence became more ominous. No travel records, no signs of relocation, no new phone activity. There were no airline bookings in her name. No leads. Slowly, the truth began to set in: Sheena hadn't left on her own. Then, 3 years later, in 2015, an unexpected break came, not from renewed investigation, but from an entirely unrelated arrest. In Mumbai, a man named Shyamvar Rai was taken into custody. He had been caught in possession of illegal firearms, and the cache of unregistered weapons in his possession gave authorities more than enough to open a serious criminal case. At first, his arrest seemed unconnected to any missing persons file. But during interrogation, Rai began to feel the weight of the charges against him. Hoping to reduce his sentence, he offered a surprising claim. He had information about a violent crime that had taken place in 2012, the disappearance of a young woman. At first, the officers were skeptical. Many detainees made outlandish claims to avoid prosecution. But then Rai began to share specific details, names, locations, timelines, that aligned with the mysterious disappearance of Sheena Bora. Rai revealed that he had once worked as a personal driver for Indrani Mukherjee, the wife of influential media executive Peter Mukherjee. During his employment, he had been asked to carry out various personal errands. But nothing compared to what he witnessed in April of 2012. According to Rai, on the evening of April 24th, Indrani had instructed him to drive to a designated location in Mumbai. She was scheduled to meet a young woman, someone everyone believed to be her sister. But Rai knew that wasn't the full story. He overheard the story and suspected that the woman was actually her daughter, not her biological sister. That night, Rai said he saw Sheena get into the car. Indrani and her ex-husband Sanjeev Khanna were already inside. There was vague talk of a trip earlier that day. At some point during the trip, Sheena was offered a drink. Not long after she took a few sips, she began to feel unwell. Her speech slowed, her body weakened. Within minutes, she was passed out. Rai was told to keep driving. They left Mumbai behind and headed toward a secluded, forested area near the town of Pen, the same region where Sheena's remains would later be discovered. Once they arrived, everything changed. Rai described how Sanjeev held Sheena's unconscious body. Indrani ended Sheena's life in the back of the car, calmly and methodically. Rai said he was reminded to carry a large black plastic bag in the trunk of his car. After it was over, the body was placed inside that very bag. From there, they would take further steps to ensure the evidence was gone. After placing Sheena's body in the bag, the group continued their journey, driving deeper into the wilderness. The road narrowed, the city lights disappeared, and eventually they arrived in a remote forested area, far from any paved road or passing vehicle. It was late, and visibility was low. But under the cover of darkness, the plan was executed. Guided by Indrani's instructions, Shyamvar Rai helped carry the heavy bag to a secluded spot off the path. There, in the silence of the woods, he said Indrani and Sanjeev doused the bag with a flammable substance, likely gasoline. Without hesitation, they lit the fire. Flames rose quickly, consuming the plastic and what lay inside. Rai recalled standing there, frozen, as the fire blazed in front of him. The group remained until the fire had mostly burned out, then left the scene, leaving behind only ashes and fragments. The location, method, and details in Rai's account aligned perfectly with an unsolved case from 2012, a case involving charred, unidentifiable remains discovered in the forests near Pen. Until that moment, investigators had never been able to connect those remains to Sheena Bora. There was no known missing persons report to match, and no direct leads to link the body to anyone. Rai insisted that he had not participated willingly. At the time, he said, he was facing serious financial hardship. His family was dealing with significant medical expenses, and he had no means to cover them. Indrani, he claimed, had promised to help, offering to pay for treatment if he followed her orders and remained silent. Desperate and cornered, he agreed. Rahul had never stopped searching. In the years after Sheena vanished, he refused to accept the version of events put forward by Indrani or the authorities. Rahul began collecting everything he could. He saved messages, emails, voice notes, anything that might offer a clue. He spoke with friends, revisited conversations, and slowly pieced together a fuller picture. Eventually, he came across Sheena's personal notes, scribbled entries in which she described the immense psychological weight she carried. She wrote of living a lie, of pretending to be someone she wasn't, and of the fear that her true identity could one day be exposed. She wrote, too, about the pressure she felt from Indrani, the feeling of being watched, controlled. With this material, Rahul pushed for a formal investigation. After tireless advocacy, he succeeded in getting a court-ordered DNA analysis. The results confirmed what he had long believed: Sheena Bora was not Indrani Mukherjee's sister, but her biological daughter. For years, Indrani had crafted a version of her life that omitted her past. She had hidden the existence of her children, Sheena especially, fearing that the truth could unravel the narrative she had built in Mumbai's elite circles. Her reputation, her marriage to Peter Mukherjee, and her social status all hinged on that lie. If Sheena had been recognized as Indrani's daughter, she would have been legally entitled to a share of the family's wealth. This could have complicated inheritances and potentially impacted Indrani's younger daughter as well. For someone as image-conscious and controlling as Indrani, that risk may have been unacceptable. Rahul, meanwhile, found himself isolated. He received no support from Peter's family. In fact, many believed he was trying to tarnish their name. Indrani accused him of fabricating the story to cause harm. But Rahul didn't back down. He approached journalists, hired legal experts, and brought the case into the public eye. Over time, he assembled a powerful portfolio: text evidence, Sheena's handwritten notes, timelines, and finally, forensic proof. With Shyamvar Rai's confession on record, the case gained immediate momentum. His account was graphic, detailed, and specific. Investigators followed up. It wasn't long before arrests were made. Indrani Mukherjee was taken into custody, along with her former husband, Sanjeev Khanna. Peter Mukherjee, too, was arrested, though at that point his exact involvement remained unclear. The charges were built on a growing body of evidence, including Rai's testimony, Sanjeev's partial confession, and DNA confirmation of Sheena's identity. In his own statement, Sanjeev acknowledged key parts of the story. He admitted to being present in the car, confirmed that Sheena had lost consciousness after being offered a drink, and revealed that the body had indeed been burned in a forest near Penn. His confession aligned with Rai's narrative in nearly every way, and finally brought Sheena Bora's long-buried story into the light. Yet, even with confessions, witness testimony, and the discovery of Sheena's remains, the investigation encountered severe obstacles. One of the most troubling was the absence of surveillance footage from the residential estate where Indrani and Peter lived. Every other day had a full record, except for April 24, 2012. That one day, the exact date Sheena vanished, had no recorded footage. On top of that, no physical forensic evidence from the vehicle, the alleged site of the murder, was ever retrieved. There were no traces on clothing, no blood samples, no residual fibers, nothing that could definitively prove what happened inside the car that night. These critical lapses were a direct result of the police's failure to act in 2012. The delay in even acknowledging Sheena's disappearance meant that evidence was either destroyed, degraded, or simply never collected. With access to some of the country's most seasoned attorneys, Indrani and Peter challenged everything. They argued that Shyamvar Rai had fabricated the testimony in exchange for a reduced sentence. Sanjeev's admission was portrayed as a coerced statement, obtained under pressure. Even the DNA results, the evidence that had so clearly identified Sheena, were called into question. The defense suggested lab errors or the possibility of evidence tampering. Piece by piece, the prosecution's case was put under scrutiny. Despite public attention and mounting outrage, no formal convictions were reached. Years passed without resolution. Indrani Mukherjee, Sanjeev Khanna, Peter Mukherjee, and even Shyamvar Rai, all were eventually released from custody. By 2022, the charges still existed, but not one had been sentenced.